to the U.S. Open.
The dream never fades.
Back in the rhythm, back in the flow.
When the fans, they scream and yell my name, that definitely sparks me.
The energy that I get here, I don't get it anywhere else.
Energy from the crowd is really unmatched.
The last Grand Slam of the season. Super excited to finally play in New York.
Having a Grand Slam under your belt definitely takes a little bit of the pressure off.
With a brilliant shot.
I think it was an amazing run for me last year. It definitely gave me so much confidence.
I played with a lot of passion, played with a lot of energy, and kind of in your face, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
Damn, this feels good. All I'm gonna say is welcome to the show.
From the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, welcome to Day 10 of the 2025 U.S. Open. On this Tuesday in Flushing Meadows, New York, it is 71 degrees, and today we begin the quarterfinals in men's and women's singles. Doubles, juniors, and wheelchair matches are also being played as well. Our play-by-play coverage on U.S. Open Radio starts with a women's quarterfinal match inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, featuring one of the two American females left in the quarters. Last year's U.S. Open finalist Jessica Pegula up against a 12-time Grand Slam champion in Barbora Krejcikova. You hear Kasia Radwanchova of Poland going through the instructions. She is the chair umpire for this quarterfinal match. It is great to have you with us alongside former touring professional, Olympian, and coach Patricia He. I'm Dave Leno. Prim Saripa-Pat will be back with us shortly. We're joined by U.S. Radio production staff led by Jim Knapp, Kenny Marion, Braxton Chris, Ryan Fishwild, and Pat Marion. Our talented engineers, Jaime Colon this morning, Claude Jennings later tonight. Patricia, we're down to the final 8 in men's and women's singles. Spots to the semifinals are on the line. Once again, a pleasant good morning to you, and we're about to call Pegula against Krejcikova.
Well, good morning again, Dave. So excited to be here. Excited to see an American on American soil. What greater tournament than to have your fellow country women, men playing in the quarterfinals.
No doubt. Pegula whizzed past fellow American Ann Lee to get to today's quarter. With Coco Gauff falling yesterday to Osaka, Pegula, as mentioned, Patricia, one of 2 American females left in the singles draw. We documented during our Breakfast Club preview show, Anisimova winning her match over Hidajia Maya last night. Now, Patricia, the 4-seed Pegula has not dropped a set in her run to today's quarterfinal. But what's different from men, how she dictated against Lee, and it seems like it's going to be more of a daunting task against Krejcikova with nerves of steel, fighting off the 8 match points against Townsend, winning in that second set breaker the other night, 15-13 over Taylor, and she's into this quarterfinal.
Well, there's got to be something to be said, isn't it, for Jess? I mean, hasn't dropped a set coming into the quarters, has been so convincing with her matches, played so cleanly. Nothing fancy. We've not seen any drop of focus, energy, or, the ebbs and flows that sometimes we see in her game. Sometimes you see that forehand goes wild. She loses control of that side. Have not seen that side of her from the serve, from her movement. Everything is just tidy, clean, and to the perfection. Now, you look at Krejcikova, which we had called a few times. I followed Krejcikova from round 1, when she beat Victoria Mboko in that first round. Vicky coming off from winning the Montreal. But Krejcikova is a player whom I also follow throughout the years, just because I really like her game when she plays well. It's a very simple game. She dictates with her serve, with her coming forward and then finishing at the net. But the round before against Taylor, she did not play well for a set and a half. It's really a little disappointing for her, but I'll tell you what, though, when you're down 8 match points, never say die. She played well at key moments that you and I talked about. She played poorly when in the early stage, but when push comes to shove, she was gutsy in her taking the ball to Taylor. She went after her shots and found the lines.
Looking forward to calling this matchup, Krejcikova against Pegula. Today we begin the quarters in singles. Our talented U.S. Open radio team will take you from first ball to last. Don't go anywhere. The first serve of Pegula and Krejcikova is next. This is U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Welcome back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Dave Little, Patricia Heat, Prim Saripapat. First serve to Pegula. And the quarterfinals on day 10 of the 2025 U.S. Open are underway. Krejcikova with a backhand miss, cross court. 15 love for Pegula. The winner will advance to the U.S. Open semifinals. Plays either Aryna Sabalenka or Marketa Vondrasova. That match will be contested later on tonight. Forehand slice good on the return by Krejcikova. Twist of the hips here for Pegula. Goes cross court with the forehand into the backhand slice of Krejcikova. Can just gracing the baseline on the ad side of the court. A miss by Pegula. And the first point to Krejcikova at 15 all.
Jess, known for her tenacity on the court, movement on the court, and the consistency. And she's really added the net play.
Serving from the deuce side and wallops a serve into the backhand slice. Krejcikova trying to pass Krejcikova. She cannot. It is Krejcikova, and with a forehand error up the line, the point to Pegula at 30-15. The first transition in the third point, we see Pegula coming inside the service line. Fourth meeting between the two. Krejcikova leads the series 2-1. The Czech has won the last two matches over Pegula. Backhand up the line, missing by Krejcikova. The return, it's 40-15. Opening game, Pegula the 4 seed against Krejcikova in the U.S. Open quarterfinals. Pegula coming in as world number 4, second-ranked American female coming into the U.S. Open behind Coco Gauff, one of 5 American women ranked within the top 11 on tour. At 40-15, quality toss, rams it into the forehand of Krejcikova, who's there, who's down in the game. Backhand good, cross court by Pegula. Scurrying to her right, forehand slice Krejcikova deep into the court. Pegula trying to pass, coming in now with a forehand volley, successful, open court, ad side, 3/4 of the way down, and the opening hold to Pegula.
And that is the part of Pegula's game, is coming forward as her team has been working very hard on. And that's also what we saw in her last match today, that she took out Ann Lee in 51 minutes. She came to the net 15 times in that match and won 12 of the 15. So definitely a strong showing. She has this penetrating ground strokes. And when she takes the ball early inside the court, there's no reason for her not to transition all the way to the net.
You read my mind really well. 12 of 15 net points, won 6 of 9 break points converted for Pegula against Ann Lee. She also got past Mayur Sharif, Blinkova, and also Azarenka 1 and 5 in the third round. Going up against Krejcikova, the Czech Republic's number 5 singles player on tour. It's a 12-time Grand Slam champ, including 2 Grand Slam singles titles, Wimbledon over Paolini in 2024, 2021 French Open over Pavlyuchenkova. It's now Krejcikova as the 2 switch ends, serving for the first time in this U.S. Open quarterfinal match. Again, Krejcikova against Pegula. If you're just tuning in, Pegula held to get this one underway. This is game 2. Will be a second serve here for Krejcikova in a black kit, white visor, quality toss. Bangs into the ball, kicks into the forehand. Good by Pegula off the return. Then as a slice backhand into the forehand, right down Broadway by Krejcikova. Forehand slap successful by Pegula. Forehand wallop, cross court by Krejcikova. Pegula inside out forehand winner, 3/4 of the way down. Cross court, very good for Pegula on the run at love 15.
Pegula stayed hitting hard down the middle when she needed to and when she did not have any opening. But the slightest opening that we saw in the last point that Krejcikova went to just wide forehand, and she was able to hit a winner from that position.
Good toss here. First serve detonates into the side of the net. Ball crew in the Ralph Lauren gear will collect. Sun is glistening on the side of Krejcikova. This is to the left of the chair. Pegula steps in. Patricia takes it on the rise with authority and has the return. And here we go at love 15. Another forehand blasted cross court and off the frame of the line racket of Krejcikova. Another quality forehand by Pegula with a lot of steam, Patricia, at love 30.
And Pegula continues to look to transition to the net. And when you do that, your body is going through the shot a lot more and giving the ball a little more penetration and allowing you to follow to the net. But Pegula is moving extremely well.
Takes the forehand here into the forehand of Krejcikova. 4th shot in the rally. Here is Pegula into Krejcikova with an overhead. Service box, and she whiffed at it. My goodness. She completely whiffed at it. Winces, looks down at the court. She just completely lost it. I mentioned the sun was on her side. It's a point to Pegula. Fortuitous, she'll take it at love 40.
She was all set up behind it. It wasn't any tricky. It wasn't like because she couldn't get there. It is just she lost the ball to the sun.
She's checking her left eye to be exact, wiping some perspiration from her black shirt onto her eye. Puts the ball to the court. Then picks it back up, and she's ready to go at the baseline at love 40. How about this? Could Pegula break at love to start off this match? Nearly flawless against Krejcikova. First serve, wallops long, will be a second serve. And what we're seeing tactically so far, left hand on top of the right for Pegula. From her return position, she's stepping inside the baseline, trying to take it early from her blue Jannik's racket. She swings side to side, has a confident look. She takes the split step. It's a double fault. Disastrous start for Krejcikova's service, Patricia. 2 love for Pegula, who just captures the break.
Well, Krejcikova is still tending to her eyes from that last overhead. But besides that, Dave, in her last match, she was making a ton of double faults too under pressure because she doesn't have your typical kick serve. She has no kick on it and no clearance for any margin for error. It comes down very straight, very slicey, and she has a very good timing.
All right, let's see how she regroups. Patricia, to your point, she bangs a backhand cross court. Pegula fights it off ad side. Deuce side open in the backhand. Good by Krejcikova coming inside the service line. On the run, Pegula just kind of whiffed at it. Got a little part of the ball moving right to left from deuce to ad side. Well done by Krejcikova to get a little bit more confidence here after getting broken at love and missing an overhead at love 15. She's returning ad side of the court on that sunny side. She bangs a backhand right back down Broadway. Fought off by Pegula. Sliced by Krejcikova. Pegula comes in inside and forehand. Forehand slice on the run. Krejcikova missing towards the right of the chair stanchion. 15 on. I'd say early right now what I'm noticing by Pegula, that forehand to me is really dialed in. I know we're just in the third game, Patricia.
No, you're absolutely right. You know, as I was saying in our previous show, that the game has, you know, it's within the first 4 hits: serve, return, first hit from the server, the next hit from the returner. Within those 4 hits, something happens. So that's why everybody's trying to play a lot more aggressive to stay ahead.
She pendulums back. She clocks forward the serve. Pegula, forehand miss off the return. Krejcikova running right to left towards the middle of the baseline and missed. It's now 30-15 for Pegula. If you're just tuning in, quarterfinal match here at the U.S. Open. Pegula, the 4 seed, last year's U.S. Open finalist, falling 5-5 to Sabalenka against Krejcikova. Pegula did break at love after holding the start. It's 2-love Pegula, 30-15 in the third game. Forehand walloped well long by Krejcikova. A T serve by Pegula that came in at 87, and it's 40-15 for Pegula.
87 should not be disturbing for you, but now Krejcikova is probably feeling the pressure of the ground strokes that's coming at her, and she's doing more than she really needs to.
She rocks back, clocks forward, first serve. Barrage is a little bit long. Looked for the T serve against Krejcikova, came in at 110. Krejcikova swings side to side, takes a split step here, and it's a double fault for the first time, a little bit out wide, cradling into the doubles alley. Short angle by Pegula. It's now 40-30. Jess still has another game point here to go up 3-love. In her Adidas Y3 kit, decked out in white with a white visor over her black ponytail. First serve zips a little bit long. She opted to go to the backhand side of Krejcikova. Adjust the strings, and her headgear bounces side to side at 40-30. Game point. Bang back by Krejcikova. This is a game point for Pegula. Steps in with the forehand cross court. Good from no angle, inside in. A commanding 3-love start for Pegula.
And Pegula is so in luck with the match right now. Hitting an inside out from the center of the line, that's no easy task. But you got it sideways and made it look so easy.
Nearly flawless start for Pegula, last year's finalist. We'll continue this quarterfinal matchup after this on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to day 10 of the 2025 U.S. Open on this 72-degree afternoon in New York, just approaching noon Eastern in the United States. You're listening to Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripapat, and our entire crew. So grateful you're tuning in throughout what we call the 3 weeks of competition, including U.S. Open Fan Week in conjunction with qualifying in the Mixed Doubles Championship as well. A horrid start, quite frankly, for Krejcikova. She, coming into this now 4th game, has only won a meager 3 points. She does get one there at 15-love. Krejcikova just needs to get back in and find some rhythm, which has been lost right now, down love 3.
Her rhythm has been taken away from her, Dave. Jessica is playing so aggressively when she's serving that first ball, when she's returning and that first ball. And we've seen already she's ventured to the net a few times. Her transition game is improving, and that's putting a lot of pressure on her opponent.
Agreed. Forehand has looked really good as well. 3 forehand winners for Pegula. 15-love. Krejcikova got broken at love. If you're just tuning in, that was in game 2. This is game 4. Krejcikova with a backhand slice, answering a backhand slice cross-court. Pegula forehand taking it on the rise, and missing it is Krejcikova, middle of the net. It's 15-all.
This is a little bit of a replica of how she started with Taylor. in that first set. You know, just cannot find her rhythm and timing, and was giving a lot of errors.
She beat Mboko, as Patricia documented, Krejcikova in round 1, 3-2. Got past Uchijima in round 2. Beat the 10 seed Navarro in 3 sets. And as Patricia and I keep saying, 6 of 10 break points won only 41% of her second serves against Townsend. That was in the 4th round, a round of 16. 15 all. It is Pegula who is up the break. Scurries to her left with a backhand slice, and that flutters bottom of the net. Good move by Krejcikova to get Pegula out wide, ad side. 30-15, Krejcikova down love 3.
You know, the evolution of technical play from women's also is quite apparent. It used to be that serve was not a thing. You know, you just put the first serve in, and then the returners break more than keeping their serves. But that the last 4 or 5 years, I would say, it has really evolved that in a women's tennis, that even the serve is getting more aggressive. The pace of this serve have increased by 10, 15 miles per hour, drawing free points earlier too, not just dependent on the ground strokes.
And to your point about the service, as one, there was a forehand missed off the return by Pegula, now 40-15 for Krejcikova. The serve's coming in on average about 90 to 100, maybe 105 for Krejcikova. First serve scoots out wide, doubles alley. Ball crew does collect to the left of the chair. Kasia Radwanchuk of Poland adjudicating this matchup. Backhand bang back at 40-15 for Krejcikova. Pegula's the one returning. Krejcikova takes it on the rise. Good unit turn with a forehand slice this time. Pegula open court, ad side, and gets it to skirt off the line. Deep into the court, that beautiful backhand with very little topspin. I like the flat slap there by Pegula. It's 40-30 though.
And Pegula had to come from a deep corner from the forehand, running short of up to the back, and a nice little hop, and really redirection with very little spin. Just a little redirection to the corner to place herself well at the net, and it just happened to become a winner.
Yeah, terrific use of the wrist action there by Pegula. It is a game point for Krejcikova to get on the board at 40-30. Has it about ankle high, but misses thanks to the nifty backhand return deep to the ad side by Pegula to get us to a deuce game.
And she flattened out, Krejcikova actually flattened out this wide serve to the corner of Pegula's backhand. And you know, Jess is one of the better returners. She's one of the best returners in the game. You don't want to give her a lot of angles to look at, even from your serve.
Oh, you're spot on, Patricia. That was perfect placement by Pegula. In fact, the right kneecap was on the court trying to get that so low, and very arduous was Krejcikova with the miss. Leads us to a second serve in a deuce game. Krejcikova is down love 3. It's a U.S. Open quarterfinal on your air right now. So grateful you're tuning into our U.S. Open radio coverage. Backhand good and deep by Pegula. Krejcikova does get there, but misses a forehand slice in the next exchange because Jess went deep into the deuce side. You mentioned the depth that Pegula's hitting, and that has been her MO right now. Has another break chance.
Depth, pace, consistency. She has it all so far. And that's why she hasn't dropped a set so far, because, you know, her game, she has a very clear game plan going in. Get the deep return, look to punish the next shot. And she's winning points within the 4 shots.
Another chance to break, but first an ace up the tee, ad side, and a big come on for the first time in jubilation for Krejcikova at 102. Gets us to deuce as she's down love 3. Big moment there for Krejcikova, just to give her some confidence right now. Has only won 4 service points so far in her second service game. Into the backhand, bellied forward here by Pegula. Takes it on the rise to the Krejcikova backhand cross court, ad side. Pegula there. Krejcikova right down the middle. Pegula redirects it up the line. She misses. It will be a game point for Krejcikova.
And Krejcikova is going to look to extend the points. As we saw after her serve, instead of hitting your conventional forehand, she actually did a slice as she would on grass, just to neutralize the points and extend it a little longer.
But I think what Jess has really done well, and we've called some of her prior matchups, is she handles those slices beautifully. She knows how to redirect and power. especially generating her own pace with the backhand. Does it right here, takes it on the rise, but a backhand pass, good by Krejcikova on the ad side of the court and feathers it cross court, and finally Krejcikova gets on the board. It's Pegula still up the break, 3-1.
And a desperate need to hold her serve right here, Krejcikova, that she did, because she needs to get herself on the board. She needs to keep close to Jess, because otherwise she's going to steamroll over you. And she did well, hung in there in that game. The penetrations of the returns she's now expecting moved a lot better in that last point.
Yeah, there was a little indecisiveness transitioning to the net for Pegula. Krejcikova picked on it masterfully. First serve, wallops a little bit long from Pegula. She's serving again on the sun-filled side of the court. That's opposite side of the press box, if you're familiar with Arthur Ashe Stadium. Here at 3-1, Pegula up the break. Backhand on the rise, good as it cradles into the service box ad side. Pegula there into a backhand slice for Krejcikova. Pegula gets the short angle with a backhand slice. Krejcikova opts for the slice up the line. Pegula gets there, gallops to her right, but misses a forehand slice. So there's 3 slices in a row by Krejcikova, and you said that you think she's going to use that tactic today.
Oh, yeah, she is going to use that. She actually used that beautifully in her first round. It was the slices that, because a lot of players don't use that. You know, it doesn't bounce at all. It makes you bend, and the slowness of the slice allows her to be back in position a lot quicker to get to the next ball.
First serve was flared out wide and successful ad side backhand slice return, missing Krejcikova long. It's now 15-all. Krejcikova going up against Pegula, who's won 3 titles this year. Prevailed in Bad Homburg Open in Germany over Iga Swiatek back in June. Also won in Charleston over Kennan, and in Austin over McCartney Kessler as well. So a fabulous 2025 for Jessica Pegula. If she wins today, it would be her second Grand Slam semifinal appearance. She would make the U.S. Open semis back-to-back years, obviously making the final last year. And this is a backhanded to 15-all point. It's now 5:30. Krejcikova is the one returning here down the break. The backhand just missed, maybe by 2 millimeters to be exact. The 7th unforced error by Pegula, but that doesn't really tell the story. It was a slow start for Krejcikova, who lost 12 of the first 15 points of this match. Broken at love. That's been the difference so far. Krejcikova did get a hold a moment ago. You're listening now to Game 5. Pegula serving at 15:30, up 3-1 in the set. Kicks into the backhand of Krejcikova, who's there at side. Feathers a slice, taking it on the rise, creating her own pace and pop is Pegula. And a forehand miss as a result on the run. Krejcikova, deuce side of the court at 30-all.
And Pegula went away a little bit from what we saw early on, where she was dictating points right after her serve. And for the last 2 points in this game, anyway, she was backing off. You know, and that's what she needs to be at her best. Tennis is when she can be aggressive right after her serve, getting some free points from the serve.
And she jets an ace right down the tee, right in the center of the line to be exact. To your point a moment ago about the service, and it's now 40-30. Pegula about to go up 4-1. She rocks back, brings both feet together, powers into the ball, forehand slice return, successful, middle of the court by Krejcikova. Pegula there as well, twists the hips, goes back into the outside. Krejcikova barrels that into the bottom of the net, and it's Pegula up 4-1 in the opening set of this quarterfinal.
And Pegula is, back to her aggressive self, but then all of a sudden we're seeing Krejcikova, who's desperately trying to extend the rallies in this point so far. But when she's successful with the extending the shots, she wins. But otherwise, she gets into trouble. This is what a telltale of this match so far: the aggressor versus the extensor.
Well, the aggressor is winning right now. She has prevailed in 20 of the 31 points in this match. It is Pegula up 4-1 over Krejcikova. At the changeover, we'll step aside as well on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to our Day 10 coverage and the start of the U.S. Open quarterfinals in men's and women's singles. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Saripapat. However you're listening on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, SiriusXM. Tune in worldwide or watching us behind the scenes calling the match on YouTube, on the U.S. Open's YouTube accounts, or on usopen.org. We thank you for tuning in on this Tuesday. Hopefully everybody had a great Labor Day weekend in the United States. And again, wherever you're listening from around the world, welcome. Pegula is up 4-1 over Krejcikova. It is back to the Krejcikova serve as we are starting the sixth game of the opening set. Picking up the point, backhand volley, feathered in there by Pegula on the run. The passing attempt is long, errant by Krejcikova at 15-all. And again, Patricia, for those that are just tuning into us for the first time, what has been your pulse of the game plans of Pegula and Krejcikova today?
I mean, Pegula standing at 4-1. Her game plan is very clear to me anyways, is that, starting with her serve, the aggressor, she wants to be aggressive in that position within 4 shots. That means from her serve and from her first hit and looking to come in, just like what we saw just now. With the return, she quickly dash in. And then from Krejcikova's side, and she likes to extend her hits, the rallies in the point, but just right now, because she is a crafty player, she needs a bit of time to slice, to do drop shots, but she's not been allowed actually to do any of that so far.
You're right. Jess is not giving her any time to redirect the points and turn her defense into offense. Great breakdown, Patricia, at 15-all. Krejcikova's the one serving at 1-4 into the backhand. Taking it inside out is Pegula, coming in with a chip and charge. Krejcikova does pass with the backhand. Pegula came in. So that's the second time I recollect Pegula coming in and a pass successful by Krejcikova.
But still, the overall coming net success is on Pegula's side.
It's working.
It is absolutely working. Pegula is making Krejcikova's life very hard right now because Krejcikova is not getting free points, many free points from the serve. So, and then on top of that, she's making errors from the back, and she's not coming in.
Up at 30-15 forehand slice. Let's see if Jess does come in, but first, it's that forehand slice missing. Pegula inside the court forehand, deep on the deuce side, and it's 30-all.
And I believe you also asked me a couple of days ago, Dave, how does a singles player use the doubles into their singles? Right here. That's a perfect example in Pegula's game. She's so comfortable at the net. Now it's a matter of how do you transition from the middle of the court.
Yeah, Pegula, to your point, has forced 12 errors from Krejcikova. As the forehand here, it's a big 30-all point, and it's a big one, I say, because it's 1-4. Krejcikova is in this hole right now with a backhand slice into the backhand by Pegula, missing. One of the first errant backhands from Pegula in the midst of a rally, and a game point for Krejcikova to make it 2-4. It's 40-30.
Yeah, and you see Jess a little bit upset with herself in that last shot because she's letting Krejcikova slicing her. She doesn't want to play into Krejcikova's game. She wants to dictate on the court.
And on the bottom of her white grip, she rocks back with her lime head racket, wallops into the ball. First serve swerves a little bit long. And on the opposite side service box, second serve for Krejcikova. Again, she is down 1-4. She got broken at love in game 2. If you're just tuning in, she rocks back, brings both feet together, trophy pose, collides into the ball at a forehand return winner cross court on the rise, Pegula. Well, she handled that body serve nicely there to get it to a deuce game. Nice return by Pegula.
The body serve is going to be less effective on Jess, just because Jess likes shots that are waist height, chest height, and she has a nice flat swing to it. But then with Krejcikova, she's limited with her second serve because all we've seen all week long is the slice body or slice to the tee, and that takes away on Jess's return. She doesn't have to worry about the backhand high.
Sure. Yeah, she got around pretty quickly to Patricia's point. It is a double that's flossed into the middle of the net by Krejcikova. That is her second double fault here in the sixth game, and it leads to another break chance for Pegula, searching for her second break. And Pegula is the one who's returning. It's 1-4 here in the opening set of this women's single quarterfinal match at the U.S. Open. Pegula on the shaded side of the court, split step, the first serve wallop side of the net. Ball crew does collect on the sun-filled side to the left of the chair. Pegula left hand on top of her right. Her blue Jannik's racket is pointing at Krejcikova. has the forehand off the line by Krejcikova. Pegula there on the run with a forehand that laces middle of the net. Well done by Krejcikova. A little bit more power on the run with the forehand. The right foot was extended from the left. Gets the forehand to go and fends off the break chance to deuce.
And that's the most aggressive from her forehand side. You know, it took her 5 games, Dave, and to deuce to finally see that she actually extend and go out, go after the shots.
Yeah, that's terrific recognition. It is a deuce game in the 6th game. First serve shifts and shuffles into the side of the net. Be a second serve here. And I'm with you a moment ago that you said Pegula reading these slice second serves from Krejcikova perfectly. It's not fooling her at all. She's shading towards the doubles alley, shifts to her left, scoots there, and bangs the backhand right down the middle. From no angle, it's Krejcikova with the forehand on the deuce side, and missing the forehand up the line is Pegula. Game point for Krejcikova.
Great second serve down to tee, and return was not too bad, but then it was that first hit from Krejcikova. Now all of a sudden she's sensing that she needs to be a little more aggressive if she wants to have a chance in this match.
Pegula is adjusting the strings. Last year's U.S. Open finalist, looking to get back into the U.S. Open semifinals. Wheeling back, rocking forward, trophy pose, banging into the ball, serve and volley, good. Krejcikova went out wide, ad side, comes in masterfully, gets the hold. It's Pegula still up the break, 6 games in at 4-2.
A surprise of elements, and that's what Krejcikova is known for, variations on the court. And this is really the first time maybe she's settling down, getting more comfortable, adjusting to the sun, because she is facing the sun right now. To serve and volley on that side is very difficult, but she did a great job coming behind it and had a crisp forehand volley as a winner.
Yep, love the serve and volley there. Out wide, ad side, coming in, splitting the service boxes. Terrific volley to end that. Coming up a little bit later, as a programming note, Jiri Lehecka against Carlos Alcaraz. And the night session tonight inside this very stadium. Aryna Sabalenka, last year's champion, against Marketa Vondrousova, and Novak Djokovic and Taylor Fritz. Our crews will take you there from first ball to last on Ash. Coming up, forehand misses here by Pegula in the midst of the first point, 7th game, and it's now love 15. So let's see if it opens the door a little bit for Krejcikova. Got off to a slow start in this one. Again, she got broken in game 2 if you're just tuning in. It's been Pegula up the break at 4-2 at love 15. First serve rush is a little bit long, up the tee. Second serve here for Pegula. She's only dropped 4 second serve points. She goes back, ball behind her black ponytail, kicks into the backhand, taking it on the rise. The chip and chart by Krejcikova. Forehand volley of the open racket face means it's a long volley from Krejcikova. I like the play, though. It's 15, all the point to Pegula.
Absolutely, to put pressure on Pegula before she comes at you, and that volley, she just didn't stay down enough and just float with an open racket, just floated the volley long.
Black and white Adidas sneakers behind Pegula are striding just behind the baseline. First serve shifts into the side of the net. Ball to the edge of the Onyx racket. Big take back for Pegula. Clean toss, and it's a double fault. Flashes into the side of the net from Pegula. It's her second double, Patricia. It's now 15-30.
And I will say one thing about Pegula, though. She has a fantastic game, an aggressive game, and adding the net to her game. However, we have to say she's very hard on herself. It's almost like a perfectionist. She misses a shot, and you can see her shoulders roll down, not the greatest of body language, and that can trickle down to her play.
Perhaps the first shift in momentum. Backhand bang back here for Krejcikova at 15-30. Swerves a forehand, deuce side, and Pegula can't get there in a hurry. It's laced long. Opportunities to break for Krejcikova for the first time at 15-40. And again, Pegula's the one serving, up 4-2.
And that whole game, how the momentum shifted is really simply by Krejcikova coming to the net. Absolutely. Even though she missed it, but because of that variation and unpredictability, now all of a sudden Pegula is not comfortable.
Backhand missed on the serve +1 by Pegula. The break right back for Krejcikova. And we have a brand new match here in the first set. Back on serve.
Back on serve. Both players are doing exactly the same thing on each other. Who can put the pressure on the other more? Who can pull the trigger earlier is the one that's going to come out on top.
So 7 games in, Krejcikova with a little bit of a breakthrough there, back on serve at 3-4 at the changeover, and for the first time in this quarterfinal, we say hello courtside to Prim.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, whatever day it is. So exciting to be sitting here courtside on this match, this quarterfinals matchup. And Patricia and Dave, when I was just listening to your conversation, one thing that stands out to me on that last backhand that Jessica Pegula netted, she slowed down and failed to accelerate on that backhand. And what that tells me is she's beginning to get a little cautious, perhaps, you know, being up 4-1, something getting into her head. And, you know, she needs to really kind of keep her foot on the gas pedal, especially against a player like Krejcikova. And Dave and Patricia, she's had such a tremendous tournament so far. Krejcikova beating Victoria Mboko, which feels like 5 months ago at this point, because we've seen so much tennis. But if you think about what she's done so far, Vicky Mboko, Uchijima, then Emma Navarro, last year's semifinalist, and then Taylor Townsend coming back and fending off 8 match points. Tremendous tournament so far for her.
So that's the mental fortitude of Krejcikova. She won all those matches, really not playing her best tennis, other than, I will say, the first round. But after that, she was tested because, you know, she, for whatever reason, she would slide behind, could not find her rhythm, cannot find her momentum, and then all of a sudden, when it matters, she like puts herself on the line. And I feel like the first 5 games, she was giving so many errors, and Jessie didn't really have to work for it. And then all of a sudden, she picks up her level of intensity, and then start putting more pressure, started going after the shots, shortening the shots, the points, and then all of a sudden now the momentum is shifting to her side.
Forehand winner good in the first point of the 8th game by Pegula. It's love 15. And if you're just tuning in, Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Sarapapat, our entire fantastic crew, U.S. Open Radio, part of our Tuesday Day 10 coverage. Hard to believe. We've been going at it since the beginning that we're already into the quarterfinals. Great crowds on hand. We've had perfect weather throughout the U.S. Open Tennis Championships this year. Again, we're delighted to have you with us wherever you're listening from around the world. We hope you're having a great start to your week. Hopefully the kids are off to school as well. To a great day. First serve, good tee serve by Krejcikova. It is an ace down the tee. That's her second ace manufactured at 15-all. Again, we're back on serve at 3-4.
Yep, for what, 6 games? 3 service games, she was not finding her serve, making double faults, and then the serve was just going to body. Now she's picking her spots.
First one slides a little bit wide, will be a second serve for Krejcikova. Again, we noticed she just picked up the break in Game 7. She was coming in very effectively to Pegula. Had her to pick up that break. Couple errors by Pegula, as Prim and Patricia were highlighting. Forehand up the line missing. With a serve +1 by Krejcikova. The point to Pegula at 15:30. Again, it's 3-4. Pegula's the one returning in this opening set.
Yeah, that's an opening down the line that Krejcikova had a good look at, but instead of transitioning forward and follow to the net, she opted to stay back and roll it cautiously.
Krejcikova, the one with a wide take back behind her back right hip, powers forward into the forehand. Good from the ad side return by Pegula. The backhand slice. Krejcikova runs around the back and hits the forehand centrally. Pegula went out wide on the ad side, the whole middle of the court open. And Krejcikova ended that point nicely at 30-all.
Krejcikova continues now to dictate more comfortably from the ground strokes. And, you know, when you get a middle shot, she held it so long that Jess actually had to pick one side, and, of course, she picked the wrong side.
30-all here in this quarterfinal match at 3-4. Krejcikova back on the shaded side of the court. Good toss here. It's a high one, Patricia. Wallops off the top of the tape and does burn in. Will be another first serve here for Krejcikova. Krejcikova, 8 career singles titles, 19 career doubles crowns. We're seeing a depth, not only singles players, but doubles players that Patricia spoke about several moments ago. Krejcikova going up against Pegula in her 7th Grand Slam quarterfinal appearance. Pegula is the one returning here. First serve does gallop into the middle of the net. Will be a second serve here for Krejcikova. Here in what I call these critical pressure-filled 30-all points at 3-4 in this opening set. In this women's single quarterfinal match. Rocking back, railing for Krejcikova. It is another double. It is the third double fault. It leads to another break chance for Pegula.
Her serve, how many times have we seen that day with 30-all when it's important? She just nicks the tape and make these double faults.
Chance here for Pegula. She's 1 of 3 on breakpoint conversions, has the split step here. First serve does floss side of the net, opposite the chair. Pegula takes a step in, now back. Black and white Adidas sneakers behind the baseline. There's that crow hop. She comes in, takes it on the rise after the split step, and a backhand miss by Krejcikova. Good return. Adside Pegula gets another break. She's serving for the opening set, up 5-3.
Great deep penetrating returns from Pegula, no doubt about that. From that last backhand, Krejcikova racket slowed down so much that there's no speed at the ball whatsoever, and the ball just died on her, from her racket.
I would agree. And the tosses seem a little bit low off her serve as well, especially when she's doubling. First serve does dribble side of the net for Pegula. So Pegula in the situation is serving for the opening set in this quarterfinal match. Left foot extended diagonally in front of the right by Krejcikova. She bangs the return into a Pegula forehand. Krejcikova there to her right, wallops the forehand, cross court. Pegula right down the line, but missing. Side of the net, the point to Krejcikova down this break. It's low 15 in the 9th game of the opening set.
And as I was saying earlier, Pegula has added the transition to the net game. You know, you can see when it's towards the end of the set, when she's under pressure, if she's doing it or not. But she hasn't in the last 2-3 games. She hasn't really come to the net and reverted back to her baseline game.
Yeah, backhand return missing by Krejcikova there. She would want that one back, I would think, on a slider at 98 out wide by Pegula. 15 all. Pegula, ball to the throat of her Jannik's racket. Krejcikova apologized, says maybe there's something in the crowd. And okay, it was one of the knee savers for the ball crew, so that goes next to the camera well. And here we go at 15 all. Into the backhand adjacent to her left hip, good by Krejcikova returning. Backhand ad side, wallop forward by Pegula. Backhand slice Krejcikova, forehand slice Pegula. Side of the net from the deuce side. The point to Krejcikova at 15-30.
While not pretty, it's very effective with that slice. You know, Krejcikova was able to swing a big cross court, and the next shot just slice it down the line with a lot of margin, and that change of pace makes it a bit difficult from the hitting zone.
She's shading towards the ad side of the court. She wallops the ball back with a forehand slice return at 15-30. Another forehand slice, generating her own pace. Pegula with a flat backhand slap cross court. Krejcikova there with a two-handed backhand as well. She's on the run and misses Krejcikova as a result with her left foot extended for her right by about 2 feet. Nice job by Jess to use the depth there and the edge of the court. It's 30 all.
And that was not a bad point constructed by Krejcikova. Deep shots to the middle, and Jess did such a good job with her loading on her legs and have the ball inside her body to be able to roll a cross-court winner.
Her left knee is bent, now straight up, she wallops back, powers forward, out wide, forehand slice Krejcikova, forehand short angle, good by Pegula. Nice work because Krejcikova thought she was going to go up the line. She used that short angle, and she has a set point now thanks to her 6th forehand winner.
And the serve going out wide on the deuce side continues to be very effective, that she could go either side from that short ball.
She strides back, good toss, slithers forward, bangs into the backhand, good by Krejcikova. Set point here for Pegula, forehand missing centrally by Krejcikova. And it's Pegula, last year's U.S. Open finalist, taking the first set 6-3 over Krejcikova.
And we saw from the first part of the set, where Pegula was in total control, being aggressive, coming to the net. Then she backed off a little bit because of the depth or the coming forward from Krejcikova. But then now, she went back again to be the aggressor.
It is Pegula going off the court right now, capturing the first set 6-3 to start our quarterfinal action. We continue after these words on U.S. Open Radio, proudly presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to beautiful day 10 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. We're live here. I'm Prim Saripapat, courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Quarterfinals matchup between the fourth seed Jessica Pegula, last year's runner-up, versus Barbora Krejcikova, a two-time Grand Slam champion. Pegula jumped out to a 4-1 lead here in the opening set. Squandered a couple games, thought Krejcikova was going to muster up a comeback, but she was able to rattle off 3 consecutive games to close this opening set out 6-3. In studio for us, Patricia He and Dave Leno. Patricia, one thing that stood out to me is definitely Krejcikova's serve, or lack thereof, really struggling on serve there. And at this point, she's had 3 double faults and counting, only winning 51% of the points on her serve. And it seems, you know, one aspect that we've talked about is the serve issues of Coco Gauff, and I wonder if there's a bug going around, perhaps. And we'll see if she can somehow regain some of that confidence in the second set.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to be aggressive when you're looking at a 39% first serve percentage, isn't it? You know, because Jess is one of the best returners in the game, and to give her that many look on the second serves, that's just asking for trouble. And on court side, Prim, are you seeing that Krejcikova is having more problem with her serve looking at the sun side? Is that part of an issue, or is it just her technique?
I think she might have a little bit of an issue with the sun, but you know, I think also if you don't have a lot of confidence in your serve at the moment, so you're going to be much more distracted and negatively affected by other factors that perhaps you may not normally be, right?
Well, absolutely. It just looks to me that she is not clear of her game plan, at least starting from the serves.
Well done, Prim and Patricia, here starting the first game of the second set. It is a double here for Krejcikova. You know, to your point, just in summation, Krejcikova in set number 1 was only a pedestrian, 5 of 18 on second serve points. That's just for 28%. She had 9 unforced. Now, there was a change where she got more rhythmic that Patricia and I, along with Prim courtside, were searching for, where she came in the 7th game to get that break. Pegula then picked up a break at 5-3, held to end the first set if you didn't hear the first stanza. And now it's Pegula, an opportunity to break at love off of Krejcikova. And Prim just documented courtside the Achilles heel off the serve from Krejcikova, and it's a backhand blasted on the return by Pegula to break at love, Patricia, for the second time in the match.
Well, I just keep saying, you know, I am watching very closely on the technique of Krejcikova. I mean, obviously during a tournament, nobody, you know, other than Coco Gauff, you know, that tackles their serve. Right. Now, Krejcikova was serving not great in her previous matches, and the placement when you don't have the power, right? But she certainly has that slice, and you know, the slice on the serve, just enough spin to keep the ball going. And perhaps I would venture into, you know, focusing more of the first ball. Like, get that first ball in. Doesn't have to be great, but at least don't give an opponent like Jess too many looks on that second serve.
Yep. She is nearly a perfect 17-1 after winning the first sets at the U.S. Open. Jessica Pegula trying to consolidate after the break. It is a forehand slice return missing by Krejcikova. Stares at the service line on the deuce side. Again, live electronic line calling.
Requesting replay of the call on the right service line.
So she'll get a look on the digital backdrop that's just adjacent and behind the baseline again.
It's going to be very close. It's going to be like a hairline.
Now let's see. Oh,
yeah.
You're right. Maybe just one strand.
And sometimes, you know what, the players on the court are not convinced with that is the bounce. Because we've seen, I think, on social media where players actually take a picture of the bounce, especially on clay court, because it leaves a clear mark.
And the live electronic line calling system will show you that there will be some margin of error. But that one did clip part of the line from Pegula, to the dismay of Krejcikova. Pegula misses, and it's now 15-all. This is the second game of the second set. Pegula in this quarterfinal match captured set number 1, 6-3. She is serving here at 1-love to start out with a break, 15-all in the second game. First serve hastens a little bit long. From the deuce side of the court, ball collects, goes into the crouch stance to the right of the chair stanchion. Kicks into the second serve to Krejcikova. Good body serve in the backhand, missing.
Wow, that was a huge swing from Krejcikova and totally missed it. It was only 84, but the racket speed and the racket take back that she was trying to hit on that return was just not the right needed, racket head space.
Yeah, she was way late on it. Then she just, I agree with you, she thrashed it forward and she missed poorly towards the chair. I'm right there with you. Backhand this time is better, Patricia. Middle of the court into the backhand of Pegula in the midst of a 30-15 point. Krejcikova forehand, and now I'm watching the footwork and the open stance there. The left foot was to her, adjacent to the left shoulder. The right foot was back. And with the open stance, it causes a miss there. She wasn't square hitting that time. And 9 of the 10 last points won by Pegula as a result.
I'm just wondering, because Krejcikova has very good work, and her court speed, her court coverage is actually quite spectacular. With that many three setters, I'm just wondering if it's not paying, her physically is paying a toll. Especially, the mental, emotional toll from that last match where she had to save 8 match points. Because every set she's coming in, she played 3 sets.
Yep,
That's a lot of hours.
You're right. This is the third straight American. Again, the storyline there, for those that aren't aware what Patricia's documenting. A couple rounds ago, she upset the number 10 seed, Emma Navarro. Last year went to a semifinal. Last round, she saved 8 match points. A lot of pressure. I mean, everybody in the stadium, quite candidly, was really for Taylor Townsend, not against Krejcikova, maybe but 1 or 2, and her box. And Krejcikova held off and won that match. But she struggled in this one. Pegula just consolidated the break, meaning she held, and it's Krejcikova serving now at 15-love in the third game of the second set. Again, the server here is down a set and a break in the quarterfinal. Spot to the semis on the line. Backhand slice, good Krejcikova at 15-love. Krejcikova whips the forehand with plenty of pop cross court. The backhand missed up the line by Pegula at side. At 30-love for Krejcikova.
Yeah, and you can see Krejcikova visually, she's so unhappy with her first serve. She doesn't need a computer, a data to tell her that her first serve is low. But, she has not gotten a lot of free points.
Backhand flat one, it's good. Off the return by Pegula. Takes it ankle high. Krejcikova redirects it with a backhand. Comes in with a backhand slice and the approach. Pegula trying to pass. Backhand slice volley. Good by Krejcikova. And the forehand on the run. Ankle high. Missing deuce side of the court by Pegula. Nifty work on that approach slice by Krejcikova to get the point and looking for the love hold.
A lovely slice approach shot to the net, and had this backhand was a solid, firm racket to the ball, and was able to punch it through the court.
She wheels back, her left foot's up. She catches it with her outstretched left hand on the shaded side of the court to the right of the chair. Krejcikova now with a better toss here. She bangs it into the flat backhand. Good short angle by Pegula. Up the line, Krejcikova. Pegula with the stab forehand slice. Here comes the run. The transition, but the backhand pass by Pegula. The transition's there for Krejcikova, but when that backhand is ready and with time, Pegula laced it home for the backhand winner at 40-15.
Yeah, Krejcikova has a short ball on the forehand. Instead of hitting over, she'd slice it, but landed way too short and giving Pegula way too much time to come up with that short cross-court passing shot.
It is a short one, and it's not a wide take back on those backhand passes by Pegula, just behind her left hip, along her backside, and she just wallops the racket forward, but not a huge take back over the opposite shoulder. Backhand slice approach missing by Krejcikova in the midst of a 40-15 point. Now 40-30 technically with a short take back. What have you liked about Pegula with the passing shots so far today? Up a set in the break.
Well, when you're going to passing shot, first of all, you're not going to have a lot of time. So your take back needs to shorten, and then it's either a flick down the line or a flick cross court. And, when she holds it really close to her left hip, and you can't tell where she's going.
It's very deceptive, no doubt. 40-30, it is a game point, Patricia, for Krejcikova. First serve does bustle out wide, cradling the doubles alley at side of the court. Krejcikova, the one serving. She fell in the first set 3-6 in this quarterfinal match. This is our first quarterfinal matchup of the U.S. Open. Women's singles match, the 4-seed Pegula up against Krejcikova. The fourth meeting between the two. Second serve is a body serve, fought off nicely by Pegula, and a forehand inside out. Well done off that thrashing forehand, cross court by Krejcikova to get on the board, but Pegula is up the set and the break, up 2-1 in the second.
And one of the cleaner games from Krejcikova from her serve anyways, able to wrong foot going behind Pegula for an outright winner. And that's perhaps that is one of the patterns she can use more, is to go behind Pegula when she has a chance.
And we appreciate you listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Day 10 here at the 2025 U.S. Open quarterfinals play. I'm Prim Saripapat. We're live here at Arthur Ashe Stadium as we watch the 4-seed Jessica Pegula take on Barbora Krejcikova, two-time Grand Slam champion. Pegula has jumped out to a 1-set-to-love lead and up a break here, 2-1 in the second set as she puts away that short ball cross court. Patricia He and Dave Leno back in studio. And guys, Patricia, I know you noted that Krejcikova has played a lot of tennis so far this tournament. Her last two matches have gone 3 sets. Also, she's playing in doubles, playing alongside Elena Ostapenko, and they lost their opening round, and that was a 2-hour battle. So kind of further adding on to your point about a lot of tennis for her, but simultaneously, it all makes me wonder if she's just kind of a slow starter, at least in this tournament so far. Will we see a comeback as we have seen her do against the other Americans that she's faced?
You know what, Prim? That's a very good point. I can see her making a comeback if Pegula does not stay being aggressive. If she doesn't, because that's what was working for her. The transitioning, taking the ball early, being the aggressor, ending points within 4 shots. But if Pegula continues to be the aggressor, it's going to be a very short match for Krejcikova because she is not looking too sharp, especially on her service game, knowing that she's coming up against one of the best returners. But perhaps that's what's putting the pressure on her. Sometimes you can overdo it and get tight.
Yeah, but we'll see if Pegula can continue putting pressure on her and also Krejcikova as she can work out the kinks on her serve at the moment. A bit struggling today.
40 love here for Pegula. Backhand missing from Jess this time. She got stretched out wide ad side. To both your points, 15 winners for Pegula. Struggling off the service, Krejcikova in the match has only won, a pellet 6 of 23, second serve points of 26. I mentioned this coming into this quarterfinal match where she only won 41% of the second serves against Townsend. So the serve has waned. Now, she fought off the 8 match points today. Like you said, Pegula transitioning nicely. She's won 7 of 9 net points in this one at 40-15. The chip in charge by Krejcikova applying that pressure. Backhand miss Pegula. Still with a couple game points to play with. Now one more at 40-30. Again, she's up the set in the break in the quarterfinal.
I really like that play from Krejcikova coming to the net. Not all the time, but maybe like once a game just to break the rhythm from Jess. Because when Jess gets her rhythm going, it's hard to break it down.
And that's what we saw from Krejcikova in Game 7 of the first set, where she started to come in more on Pegula. Second serve, kicks into the backhand about adjacent to the left hip, but Krejcikova is there nicely. Forehand cross court leads to a forehand slice. Krejcikova, ad side's open, the unit turn is late. The racket face was closed. It means it's a miss by Pegula. It gets it to a deuce game with Jess up the break 2-1 in the second.
Krejcikova on that point was really going on survival mode, but she sliced that forehand to the middle of the court. Jess really had plenty of time going whichever way, but wrapped the ball with her racket too quickly, and the ball just died on her.
And analytically, she's handled that slice by Krejcikova really well today. Backhand up the line, good. Krejcikova forehand slice. Pegula with a little variety with the answer leads to a flat backhand Krejcikova. Flat backhand Pegula, middle of the court. Krejcikova two-handed backhand, dollops back right into the middle of the court. Then from no angle, Krejcikova misses a forehand inside in. It's another game point for the 4-seed Pegula to go 3-1. It's still on Jess's racket.
And Krejcikova just upset with herself, hands on her hips, that you get ball, she's trying to extend the rallies, and she has to be able to stay in there to keep Jess behind. And you can't just give away just points, from the middle of the court like that.
Agreed. Will be a second serve. We've just played close to an hour with Pegula up a set and a break in the quarterfinal, and another double from Jess. It's the third double fault by Pegula, and we morph from game point to deuce.
It's a bit of an ebb and flow in this game, isn't it? And sometimes we do see that from Pegula time to time when things are going really well. You just she cannot go cruise control. But again, she is up. Her momentum is still behind her, and if she keeps her big service game, that's really, she'll be in control again.
It's another double, trickles off the top of the net. Back-to-back double faults for Pegula. We talk about the roller coaster, and right now it's a thrilling moment here for Krejcikova to break and get it on serve in the second.
Yeah, that toss was low, and then and there was no racket speed going up and over the ball.
Krejcikova going in a crouch stance, swaying side to side. She's towards the outside of the court, bangs the backhand back flat. It's off the line by Pegula. Forehand drop shot, Krejcikova. Jess coming in, backhand slice attempted, good. Cross court off the frame of the lime head racket of Krejcikova. She did just enough off the slice to get us to deuce and save the break chance.
And Krejcikova, one of the rare moments that she threw in a drop shot, brought Pegula up, and Krejcikova actually moved over to her right, thinking it was a down the line. But typically, that's what players do when they run after a drop shot of the person at the net. They go line, but then Jess went cross court instead.
And she used more variety, slice pass shot instead of power, instead of the flick that we talked about a moment ago. Patricia, deuce game, forehand slice, Krejcikova, wide angle, no. Okay, the first serve, remember the back-to-back doubles. Jess went 88. The pattern there, out wide, deuce side with the variety, leads to a game point.
And now she went wide again, and Krejcikova is trying to slice, sensing that, Jess is not as comfortable with the slice at this moment.
Into the backhand, left shoulder high, handled cleanly by Krejcikova. Backhand misses by Krejcikova on the next exchange, cross court. Pegula fights off the break chance. She holds. She's still up the set in the break. 3-1 in the second.
Yeah, Krejcikova went depth, and it was a very hard penetrating down in the middle. And when she went cross, it was just, she's not finding the lines on the cross court. And when that happens, bring your target in. Hit to a bigger target.
Krejcikova 1 of 2 on break points converted in the match. Had a moment right there. About to begin the 5th game of this second set. Dave Leno, Patricia Hay, Prim Saripapat courtside. Our first quarterfinal here at the 2025 U.S. Open. You're listening to Pegula up again. 6-3, 3-1 on Krejcikova. A fantastic cruise will take you from first ball to last right here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. However you're listening from around the world, we welcome you to our proud coverage. Backhand, good Krejcikova. Backhand misses, racing towards the outside of the court. Pegula on the run. The point to Krejcikova, serving 15-love.
Nice response from Krejcikova from a very deep return from Pegula. Crouched down, both knees on the ground, and let her racket just go through the shot.
Krejcikova goes up, trophy stance. Patricia pounds into the ball, swerves it, goes for a T serve, but missing. A little bit to the right, opposite side service box. A second serve as a result here for Krejcikova. 4 bounces of the ball. She takes a breath, looks back into the sun, glistening on the court. Out wide, good by Pegula. Off her return, backhand missed on the serve +1. Krejcikova. That shot, because of the air, Pegula gets the point at 15-all.
Krejcikova continues to be bothered by her own serve. After that fault, she gestured to the box with her left arm, almost saying, "Help me with my serve." And now it's tricked her down, affecting the rest of her game.
Krejcikova rocks back. She cradles forward at 15-all. Another slider on the first serve, a little bit long at 101. And I diagrammed early on, the serve's been coming in for Krejcikova, if you didn't hear us earlier, around anywhere from like 90 to 101, 105. We've seen both players go with sliding first serves, slider first serves out wide, both boxes tactically in the match. Forehand has looked really good by Pegula from the outset. Bangs a forehand right on cue, leading to a backhand miss centrally. No angle, just behind the tee from Krejcikova. It's now 15-30.
Yeah, other than that first ball where she got down really quickly and countering that backhand, you've seen the last 2 backhands just stood straight up, and there's no conviction, no body, transition into the ball.
8 forehand winners so far in the match for Pegula, the 4 seed, last year's U.S. Open finalist, to Sabalenka. At 15-30, Krejcikova down 1-3, the set in the break in the quarterfinal. Here in the second, Pegula swoops it back low part of the net, replying with a backhand slice. Krejcikova barrels a backhand into the middle of the nets. On the next reply, Krejcikova error. Pegula again opportunities to break at 5:40.
And again, the error is coming from the backhand. She's just doubting that backhand. There's no hitting through the shot. She's just reacting as she's receiving shots on that side.
Pegula looking to break for the 4th time. As the backhand slice, stretch missing. Good tee serve by Krejcikova. Went a little bit bigger there at 109. I believe that's our fastest serve of the match, Patricia. And gets it right now to 30-40. Another break chance for Jess.
Dave, that toss, I'm looking closely at Krejcikova. It's just everywhere.
Okay.
And she is sometimes too far front, sometimes too far right. And it makes the serve very hard to be consistent.
Pegula now attempting to go up the double break. Here at 1-3, break chance Pegula. She's the one returning. First one barrels side of the net. The second serve, Pegula swings side to side here on this break chance. She takes the split step. She's the ball. Barrage into her forehand. Krejcikova there, forehand, middle of the court, forehand, up the line, missing. Cradling in the doubles alley. She's trying to go up the line from no angle, meaning she was the middle of the court. It's a deuce game.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rush forehand from Jess. She had that ball perfectly lined up for the inside out, but then she pulled her body to the left as if moving away while her hand extended to the right side.
Krejcikova taking her time here. Again, she fell in the first set 3-6. She's in a 1-3 hold here in the second. She got broken to start the second set if you're just tuning into this quarterfinal match. Again, it's Pegula, Krejcikova right now to start off day 10 of our coverage. Backhand slice return, Pegula, good, deep, forehand inside in, missing Krejcikova. Boy, a lot of margin of error that time. She just barely missed 3/4 of the way down, and another break chance for Pegula.
Oh, I cannot say this enough. She keeps going for the lines. When you're not timing it, you have to give yourself margin for error. Go for it by all means, but give yourself room.
First one feathers off the top of the tape. Patricia goes out into the doubles alley by Krejcikova's serve to the left of the chair. Chance here for Pegula to go up a set and a double break here in the quarterfinals. She has the forehand right down the middle, cradling in the service box and a forehand miss Krejcikova. It is Pegula who is 2 games away from marching back into back-to-back U.S. Open semifinals. And Prim, you're courtside. It has been all Jess dictating, and the serve has waned for Krejcikova this afternoon.
Yes, and I have to completely agree with Patricia's point about Krejcikova's toss has really been all over the place. And listen, when you're struggling with the yips with regards to the toss, it can throw everything off. And that would also explain why she's not using her legs to jump up to the serve. That would also help explain why she's decelerating when she's hitting up for the serve, because if you're not confident in the toss, your only focus is you don't know where it's going, and your job is to chase after the ball. And also, I think that's clearly having a snowball effect with regards to the rest of her game, right? And Patricia and Dave, maybe you've even experienced this. If you're not confident with your serve, then all of a sudden your mind is immediately thinking about what happened in the past, and now you're not present, and oftentimes then you're not focused on the next ball. And we've seen a lot of that when maybe she's thinking about the serve and then immediately the next ball she misses.
And that's a very valid point, Prim. You know, the toss sets up the serve, makes it more consistent or inconsistent for that matter. But also, I was saying earlier to Dave, I wonder perhaps physically she's taking the toll from the other matches, because when you are fatigued, you don't have the patience to work through things because you're just thinking of everything else except what you need to do at this moment. And to me, she's getting agitated. She's looking at her box, you know, her toss, and she's not fixing her toss. And then her ground stroke, she's just, you know, coming with errors right off the bat without movement.
Yeah, that's also an excellent point, Patricia, right? I mean, even just like the emotional expenditure on her match against Taylor Townsend, where she had to fend off 8 match points. I mean, think about how just physically and emotionally taxing that was. And so listen, I mean, that's why everybody talks about how important sleep, recovery, and rest is, because when you're not 100%, everything else kind of falls apart and it's not operating and firing on all cylinders.
Right, except for that first round that took over 3 days, that they may have 2 days of rest. Now they just have 1 day of rest.
That's right.
You know, and that's not a lot, even if you taking ice baths or, you know, hydration. Oh, talking about hydration, Dave, how's your hydration?
It's been terrific. I'm drinking a lot of water, coffee,
yes.
and tea.
Yes.
Well, he's been going to the facilities frequently, so we know he's drinking lots of
That's true as well.
Of liquids here.
A lot of changeovers here from our booth, too.
Just a little teaser here.
Well, listen, I'm ready to get on the court after watching all these quarterfinals today. You know that with you both as my coaches. And by the way, to your points, Pegula has won 6 of the last 7 games. If you're just tuning in, Pegula started off with a 3-love lead in the first. She continued to win the first set 6-3. She's up the double break 4-1. Krejcikova, high backhand volley, good this time coming in. She gets the point here in the 6th game of the second set at 30-15. But the transition so far, we've seen that maybe more favorable from the Pegula side than Krejcikova. Why do you think that has been today, Patricia?
That is, you know, adding the net game to Pegula. That's what we saw in the beginning of the set, you know, coming forward. In Krejcikova's game, she has an all-court game. You know, the variations, the slice, the drop shot, the coming in. But she's not thinking straight. That is all I can say is that, and to me, that's a telltale sign of your physical fatigue, because your motivation, determination, and then problem solving is maybe lower than what it normally should be.
A terrific, majestic sliced forehand return winner, short angle cross court by Krejcikova. That's why you hear the crowd oohing and eyeing courtside, right next to Prim. Well placed. A lot of English there by Krejcikova. And Jess, all she can do is applaud there.
That's a very unconventional shot. Get stretched out wide and do a slicey drop shot.
Backhand laced here at 40-30. It gets Pegula on the run. Okay, Krejcikova hangs in this 4-1 game. And right now gets it to deuce as she's down the set and the double break. That's nifty
we
stuff
see
by
this up and down from her, Krejcikova, right? Yep. Out of the blue, she's hitting these fantastic shots, and then out of the blue, she's making errors from shots that she should normally make.
I agree. Simply put, she's been all over the place. A forehand miss by Pegula. All right. It's a break chance for Krejcikova, and it's only her 3rd look at a break. She's 1 of 2. Big moment here for Krejcikova. She sways side to side. Trying to make it 2-4 here. She barrels a forehand slice, middle of the court. Options for Pegula. Goes inside and missing. And how about this, Prim? Your court side, it is Krejcikova picking up the break back to her serve, and she'll be serving a 2-4 in the second.
Yeah, you could tell in that moment, and on that forehand, Pegula just got a little tentative and tight. What's transpired over the course of this particular game, she knew that would have been a huge opportunity for her to go up 5-2 here in the second, and she did not accelerate on that forehand, and the result was getting buried into the net.
And Prem, would you agree from the mental perspective, right? You're playing in a match and there's no momentum whatsoever. That just because of like Krejcikova, you never know what she's going to do. She's going to come in with streaks of winners or streaks of errors.
That's right. And so when you're playing against a player like that, and with Pegula, she sends a backhand deep there. You really, really have to kind of keep the foot on the gas pedal, but also Patricia and Dave, like, keep it simple, right? We know that Krejcikova is going to go in and out of the match, but if you can just maintain some equilibrium and be the stable one, that's how you outplay some of these players.
And a big part of being stable is to really focus on your game plan. Because they all have game plans going into the match, right? And especially when you feel like, oh, I'm losing my timing, or when you get a little tight for whatever reason, you have to take your time and go back to what am I supposed to do here? And for Pegula, we saw that she was very successful when she took the initiative on the court.
Pegula is the one up a set and a break here. Krejcikova at 2-4, picking up this 7th game. Second set, Dave Leno, Patricia Heat, Prim Saripapat courtside in Ash. Quarterfinal match. If you're just catching our call right now, 4-seed Pegula tussling with Krejcikova at 15 all. Backhand slice by Pegula, lofted long. Middle of the court, swerved in beautifully from the deuce side. Krejcikova at 30-15.
So, Dave, how do you stabilize your toss when you're home?
Ooh, I want to hear this answer.
Honestly?
Yes, Coach Dave. What do you do?
Simply put, I try to keep my arm just loose and try to not have it float like east to west, just north to south. And maybe keeping my head still. Does that also make sense?
Oh, absolutely.
Not all over the place?
Okay. That's what you would coach yourself?
Coaching myself. That's not from your...
Exactly. That's what you'll coach yourself.
Now, is that the correct analysis from my serving, which is really not good? My first serve percentage is awful.
Well, typically what I work with players, right, provided they're righty. They're righty, right? So think of the clock, right? 12 o'clock. You close stance from that middle. Draw a line up and down to what 12 o'clock is. You aim for 1 o'clock.
Okay.
That's where your hand goes. Secondly, hold the ball sideways, right? Because if you hold the ball with the palms up, you end up throwing.
Right.
But then you want to hold it sideways first as practice, as training, to go up and down and release on top. Once you get that down, then you open to your regular. It's the release of the ball that dictates also.
Interesting.
Yeah, a lot of the players, in Krejcikova's case, she's releasing the ball really fast, right? You want to release the ball when you're almost to the top, so that has less air time, more consistency.
And Patricia, right, if I can add also as well, you also don't want to grip the ball when you're tossing. You want it to hold it very lightly, and you don't want to flick it. In other words, you don't want to cup it with your fingers. You want your fingers extended out.
Yep.
And that can be really difficult because if you're tense, if you're anxious, then you hold it tighter, and then that's where you get the toss going all over the place.
Well,
is that right, Patricia?
Absolutely.
A pressured-filled moment right here at 40-30. Backhand slice here for Pegula. Again, Krejcikova is the one with a game point. Forehand placed well wide on the run. Krejcikova. And to both your points, the tosses have been all over the place for those that are just catching our call right now in this fascinating discussion, which I love. And I know all our tennis fans from around the world listening are picking up pointers. I'm like just storing them in my mind. I'm writing them down as both of you are taking us through it. A deuce game here. But we're starting to see a little bit of a shift, I feel, in momentum. Krejcikova, stoic, calm, resolute, like we saw her in the Townsend match. Right now, it's for me, it's a must-hold situation here for Krejcikova at 2-4, and a deuce point will be a second serve upcoming from Krejcikova.
Now she's coming with second serve against one of the best returners, so we're going to see if she is going to be able to hold onto her serve here.
Yeah, but the second serve has been topsy-turvy. Out wide slider, Pegula is there, forehand up the line, good serve +1. By Krejcikova. We talked about patterns. Slider out wide, deuce side leaves the ad side open, and she was terrific finishing it off.
She got that wide serve, but it is the return, how she responded to it. She took not her regular big swing back, but compact, and then as she hits the ball, she's actually moving in towards the net, transitioning. So her body is in line with the open court.
You're right. Her left foot was in front of the right in a crouch stance. Has another approach to that tee. And she does it effectively there off an approach. Now this time cross court. And for me, that was a must-hold situation. She does just that.
And it's almost all of a sudden she woke up like, hey, I gotta keep my serve here. And now it's like a lion waking up in the den. And this is where Jess needs to get her aggressive tennis back, starting from her serve and transitioning forward. Doesn't have to come to the net, but she does need to be the aggressor within 4 shots.
And guys, perhaps that goes along with the narrative that we were talking about. Her last couple of singles matches, at least, Krejcikova has gotten off to maybe not so much a slow start, but it takes her some time to warm up. And so I'm wondering if this is that instance and pattern occurring again.
Well, it could be, the superstition. You know how like sometimes you have to warm up really poorly and you just happen to win a match and then you keep that up. So maybe this is her thing in the Open, that she's not quite there yet, but then wakes up at the right time.
Just one thing I've noticed is a change. I think it's helped out Krejcikova. I think the approach shots have looked much better against Pegula here. That's number one. I also noticed that maybe some of the passing attempts by Pegula have kind of waned a little bit from the start of the match to this point. And I give Krejcikova a lot of credit because it has not gone her way this afternoon, but it shows to me the composure of this 12-time Grand Slam champion. That includes singles, women's doubles, and mix for Krejcikova. And that's what I think, that so many young players listening and maybe parents listening, you can learn from a Krejcikova. Maybe not playing her best tennis, but she is right now, even though she's down a set and a break, she's keeping in this quarterfinal match against Jess, and that's really well done.
That's an excellent point there, because you're not seeing the tantrum that we saw in Rublev yesterday. Right. So she's keeping. She does show signs of a little emotional, which is normal, but she's not being negative to the point where her tennis is affected.
All right, here we go. Up a set and a break in the second. Pegula at 4-3. 8th game, second set on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This quarterfinal match, Pegula up the line. Krejcikova with a forehand slice. Cradles into the service line on the deuce side. Pegula bangs a backhand. Running backhand missed Krejcikova. Pegula just enough at 15-love.
And that is a very good play from Pegula coming forward. But Dave, if you notice, the previous set, she would not have let the ball bounce.
Right.
But she opted to let that bounce and giving actually Krejcikova a little time to recover.
And think about this. That was the longest rally of the match at 11 shots. I'll get to that point in just a moment here. 15-love point. Pegula didn't like her toss. Now the shade is just right behind the service line, almost at the baseline on the Pegula side to the right of the chair. Goes into the backhand, shoulder high, clips off the line. Krejcikova with a forehand inside out. Pegula gets it back, low part of that. Krejcikova, there's that approach I'm talking about. Inside the service line, outside service box for the winner at 15 all. And a moment ago, what I was going to say is you said this on our Breakfast Club preview show with Prim. The average length of rallies have been, 3 to 4 shots? And that one was 11.
Right. Yeah, 4 shots. That's what the data was showing, that within 4 shots, and it has shortened from 4.2 shots to 3.8. So average at 4 shots.
Right, and we've talked about the MO. What I'm getting at for Pegula, she wanted to keep the rallies at that. Different from Krejcikova, you would think a little bit longer, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what throughout from the start of the match, it was very clear that Pegula was trying to keep it short within 4 shots, whereas Krejcikova is trying to extend the point. All
right, well said. Here at 30-15, Pegula forehand slice. She thought about coming in, clips off the line. Krejcikova handles it cleanly, about shoulder high. She gusts to her left, ad side, backhand slice, flat backhand, goodbye Pegula, and a forehand missed on the run. Deuce side Krejcikova. That's what I mean. Handling the slice of Krejcikova, generating her own pace, low to high, beautifully. 40-15 for Pegula.
And here's the thing to keep in mind, why that timing that we talked about. Like, we never feel like Krejcikova is giving you timing, because the majority of her points is extending the rallies, and then all of a sudden she shortens it.
Backhand miss by Krejcikova. Good serve down the tee. Pegula, who is now 1 game away from another date in the U.S. Open semifinals, up 6-3 And now 3-5 as we go back to the Krejcikova service.
And that's a very good service game from Jess at the right time. You don't want to be struggling, when you're serving at 4-3, because when you are allowing your opponent to come back and dictate, then you're giving them a chance to feel good, like, hey, I'm still in this match.
Must hold situation for Krejcikova. Down the set and the break. Serving at 3-5 in the second. If you're just tuning in, Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Saripa, Pat Courtside, our entire crew. Pegula up 6-3. Now it's Krejcikova at 3-5 serving. Pegula, if she breaks, she does go to the semifinals. And my goodness, a double fault Krejcikova to start off the 9th game of the second set. It's love 15.
And right before Krejcikova made that double fault, I was thinking that's the side she's having problem with the entire match.
Krejcikova from the outside barrels it to the backhand. Pegula is there outside of the court. Good forehand cross court. Krejcikova from no angle. Open stance to the left of Jess. 15-all, the point to Krejcikova.
And just facial expression from Krejcikova, she knows how important it is to just keep hitting out on the shots. Yes, she needs to extend the shots, but then she also needs to apply pressure when it's there.
Ball to the throat of her lime racket. She rocks back with the sun blazing down on this court in the 75-degree afternoon. 15-all, 9th game, second set. Krejcikova down the set and the break, and the forehand walloped up the tee. Swerved in there nicely for Krejcikova at 30-15.
That's a better extension of her toss arm right at 1 o'clock. Maybe the sun is there, but she was able to find that sweet spot right in the air at 1 o'clock.
Yep, turn that racket face a little bit from her right shoulder opposite her left on the finishing pose. Forehand return, good. Here comes Krejcikova, the chip and charge, the pass, successful for Pegula. It's 30-all.
And the approach shot was way too short coming behind it. Yes, the right decision, but she landed on the service line. It was an easy passing for Jess. Once again, we see that short angle pass.
Guys, as we approach closer, as Pegula tries to close out this match, I can't help but think about the Taylor-Townsend match. If faced with match point, would we see another repeat of what Krejcikova did against Taylor-Townsend?
Interesting.
Yep, it's a good point. It's 30-all, and it's going to be a second serve. You both know, as does our listening audience, how pressure-filled this moment is on the shoulders of Krejcikova. Down the set in the double break, 30-all second serve. It is long, and it's match point number 1 for the 4 seed, Jessica Pegula.
The crowd erupting here and applause. Perhaps a lot of pro-American fans here rooting for Jessica Pegula.
Pegula takes a breath. She sways side to side. The 4 seed returning on match point. Krejcikova wallops back. First serve bustles into the middle of the net. Ball crew collects. The left hand on top of the right on Pegula's white handle and the blue Jannik's racket. Here on match point, has the forehand centrally. Krejcikova gets the forehand in. Pegula there to her right. She gusts there with the forehand centrally. Krejcikova tries to go around Pegula. It's long by Krejcikova. And Pegula powers her way 6-3, 6-3 over Krejcikova into her second consecutive U.S. Open semifinal. A fascinating performance this afternoon by Jessica Pegula, the 4 seed, back into the Final Four in New York.
And a fantastic open play from Jess Pegula. Played a great match, and there was a little bit of a hiccups, just a little bit, but she was able to prevail with her aggressiveness, and her serve was on par, and the returns is what set it apart.
Dave and Patricia, what she's done so well is also just maintaining, just being really balanced throughout the tournament. Heading in, she'd only dropped 17 games heading into this quarterfinals matchup, and today that's much of the same thing, dropping only 6 games today against a very tough opponent.
Solid. That's all I need to say. Solid performance with every match. You know, she looks good. She's not overplaying, and I like that net play she is adding to her game.
The transitions have been masterful. 10 of 12 net points won in this match. Pegula's forehand was dialed in. The serve was much better than Krejcikova. Krejcikova off the court. Congrats to her on her run to the quarterfinals. Chris Budden of ESPN is standing by with the victorious Pegula.
You had your own variety today. What'd you lean on to be able to come out with the win?
Sorry, I can't.
What'd you lean on to be able to come out with the win?
Sorry. Yeah, I think I've been playing some really good tennis. I've just been playing very solid. I've been having very good quick starts, so I really wanted to do that today, especially against someone like her who's very dangerous. And even at the end there, it got really tight. She had a couple really good serves when I was serving up, or returns when I was serving up 4-1, and then we all saw what she did against Taylor. So, yeah, I was happy that we're done.
What is it about this tournament, this crowd, that your confidence just goes to another level?
I don't know. I feel like I'm just really comfortable, and it's crazy to look now and think that I'm really comfortable coming out here playing on big courts and big matches on the best court in the world and with the craziest crowd against the best players. It's pretty crazy, and it's something 10 years ago I never thought I'd be good at this, but I guess I am.
You are pretty good, and you're on to the semifinals. Congratulations, Jessica Pegula, everybody.
Thank you.
You know, Pegula, to me, Patricia and Prim, is so calm out there. She deserves this moment. You know, that was a little chuckle there, a comical moment, saying, I don't know if I'd be this good. Well, Jess, let me say it. As a play-by-play guy, you are fascinating to watch. The 4 seed, last year's U.S. Open finalist. You know, a player that, you know, you think of the Madison Keys triumphing in Australia, Coco Gauff at Roland Garros. You know, last year was the first Grand Slam final for Jessica Pegula. You know, going from the 2 marks now and from what David Witt did with her. Just the metamorphosis of Pegula from a couple years ago, I even think when I saw her in a World Team Tennis bubble in 2020 to this point, has been absolutely marvelous, Patricia, for Pegula.
I definitely understand what she's saying, because as a junior, she was not seen as being good as a junior. So, you know, and she come out, and then even when she went in the pros, she did not burst in the pros like a lot of the players had. So, and she took, you know, she took her time. It took her 10 years to get here with a lot of hard work, a lot of heartbreaks. But, you know, she's here. She's proven that hard work does pay off. It's just a matter of time if you stick with it long enough.
Kind of adding on to that point, Patricia and Dave, is, you know, Pegula is the oldest woman in the draw at 31 years old. So kind of further emphasizes your point that it's been a slow progression for Pegula. And I think a lot of times in the game of tennis, so a lot of tennis parents out there are watching a lot of young players, and we're very, very much attracted to the idea of like young stars coming up like a Coco Gauff did, bursting onto the scene at just 15 years old. But everybody has their own journey. You look at Madison Keys winning her first Grand Slam earlier this year at the Aussie Open at 31 years young. So listen, it's never too late, and everybody has their own journey and timeline.
Well said.
Look at Tommy Fleetwood in golf winning for the first time in a number of years when he won the PGA, that ended the tournament championship. And Pegula here, 6-3, 6-3 over Krejcikova into the U.S. Open semifinal. Congratulations to Jess. Our first, by the way, semifinalist at the U.S. Open. All right, so Prim's going to come back in studio with us as we will continue to recap Pegula going to the U.S. Open semifinals, and then we will preview the next matchup on this very court where the 2-seed Carlos Alcaraz will tussle with the 20-seed Jiri Lehecka. So much more in this comprehensive coverage of Day 10 of the 2025 U.S. Open. And it continues right after this on U.S. Open Radio, proudly presented by our friends at American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible. Played when they told her she couldn't. Won where they said she wouldn't. She showed us first. Was only the beginning. First Black athlete to play the U.S. Open, win the U.S. Open, to win a Grand Slam, to play at Wimbledon, to win at Wimbledon. First to be ranked #1. First. She didn't just break barriers, she shattered them and inspired us all so we could rise, so we could win, so we could be ourselves. Singer, entertainer, golfer, trailblazer. We carry her with us every time we step on the court. And we play not just for ourselves, but for everyone who comes next. Thank you, Althea, for 75 years of change.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular?
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand missing, cross court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crowd is on their feet inside Ash.
The next epic match destined to leave you breathless.
Oh, no, he didn't. What did he just do? It's an ace, and the dream has become a reality.
The next champion.
He winds up flat on his back. He's turned over. He's sobbing. And he is the U.S. Open champion.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to Day 10 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Dave Leto, Patricia Heat, Prim Sarimpapat, and our entire crew. We just saw Pegula march into the Final Four, into the U.S. Open semifinals, and congratulations to Pegula. If you didn't hear our call, she just won 3 in 3 in an hour and 26 minutes. Now, a theme at the U.S. Open has been a lot of these players are winning very routinely in the last couple of days. So credit these top-seeded players. I guess the difference maker yesterday was Coco falling to Naomi Osaka. But what's been your thought on a lot of these matches going towards the side of the seeded players as we're towards the summit of the tournament, Patricia?
Well, Dave, I've seen it over the course of my entire, tennis years as a competitor, as a coach, and now, radio announcer and still a coach, that the most dangerous of seeds falling out is the first 2 rounds. Right. And then they don't play the best tennis. And the seeds who survive those 2 days, as the tournament goes on, the level comes together, the focus comes together. And, funny enough, we talked about earlier how, it could be, physically you can be tired depending on the length of sets coming into the second week. A few players, I don't even think any of the seeded players were severely challenged.
No, it's a good point. Look, Zverev got ousted right from Felix Auger-Aliassime, the 3 seed.
But that was great tennis from Felix.
I'm right there with you. It was fabulous tennis. And I'm looking forward to his quarterfinal matchup against De Minaur in that one. But you're right. Guys like Sinner, Alcaraz, Djokovic, Taylor Fritz that you called on. We can't wait for that matchup, as probably everybody listening
You
from
just
around
can't
the
wait
world.
for me to be on. I'm putting myself in the line with that match.
For those just listening to us for the first time, again, why do you feel tonight that Taylor Fritz can upend Djokovic here at the U.S. Open in the quarterfinals?
And it's just not this match. It was actually, he was my pick right from the beginning, just because watching. But let's go for tonight's pick, why I pick Fritz. Because according to the data, because, there's data tracking patterns of play, where the balls are bouncing, the percentage, and so forth, right? So right off the bat, the aggressors are showing to be winning a lot of these matches. They are averaging 4 shots. What that means is serve +1, or return +1, right? So after they're looking to be aggressive, going after the ball or transitioning to the net, and a lot of us would think of like do or die situation, but they're all calculated risk. So the aggressor, and Taylor is, he serves, he's serving well, he's picking his spots. And also, I believe, I got it here somewhere, that points at net, he's been coming to the net a lot more. And that correlates with the aggressor keeping the points short. He's won 93%.
Wow.
When he's at the net. Now, of course, it's more difficult against Djokovic, who is a consistent player who likes to, kill his opponent's legs and lungs, so to say. Yep. But then, these courts are playing quickly. And if, Fritz continues serving like he's been serving and be able to control the point, attack, and close out the net like he's been and shorten the points, that's why I pick him.
Yep, it's going to be a great matchup tonight, especially with guys like Ben Shelton going down due to injury, Frances Tiafoe in a previous round. You have Taylor Fritz out there as an American. On the women's side, we just saw Pegula go through to the semifinals. Amanda Anisimova still in action as well.
And I'm going to add something.
Go ahead.
The only little bit of a dent, if you will, for tonight for Taylor Fritz would be because Djokovic is also very good in breaking momentum.
Yes.
Very good at that, whether it's getting a trainer for his blister like we saw in that first round, or taking a lot more time and then getting, a code. Whatever it is, he'll do whatever it takes to swing that match to his favor. But if it's a fair play, all out, it's Fritz.
It's day 10 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championship. You just heard from the talented voice and coaching prowess in her playing career of Patricia He. I'm Dave Leno and our entire crew. In the tunnel, we're getting set for the interviews. Jiri Lehecka is going up against Carlos Alcaraz. Here's the interview with Lehecka first.
Go to the net. For me, the main thing is that I will just try to play my game, use every chance I have, and it's going to be a good match.
This is your first time stepping out onto Ash Stadium. Have you been able to practice on this court prior to going out there right now?
Yeah, actually, I practiced there with Novak earlier in the preparation week. And today the warm-up, and the court is fine. I think that there is no nicer stadium in the world. So let's enjoy it.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Our Sam Querrey handing the interviews from ESPN. There's Jiri Lehecka. He's going up against Carlos Alcaraz. Here's Carlos.
Carlos, this is your first time making a quarterfinal of a major without dropping a set. What part of your game right now is feeling best?
Well, I think I'm just feeling great. Everything, every shot, I'm feeling really comfortable. Moving on the court, just hitting the shots. I just maintain my focus during the whole match. So I just really happy about it. So I would say that has been the key in the tournament.
No one smiles on the court more than you. Are you having as much fun out there as it appears?
Most of the time. Sometimes I just try to smile, even if I'm not having, that fun that I would love to. But, most of the time, it's just a privilege to step in the Arturas.
Buena suerte, mi amigo.
Gracias.
All right, he just said good luck, my friend, in Spanish. Here are the introductions.
Let's get started. Please welcome today's quarterfinalists. From Czechia, making his Arthur Ashe Stadium debut, Jiri Lehecka.
The first U.S. Open quarterfinal appearance for Lehecka in only his fourth U.S. Open main draw campaign. Last year lost in the third round to Rublev. Won one of his two titles this year in Brisbane. Alcaraz does lead this series 2-1.
2022 U.S. Open and five-time Grand Slam champion, Carlos Alcaraz.
22 U.S. Open champ over route comes out in his full Nike kit. Patricia, phenomenal job to start off our quarterfinal coverage with you today. Seeing Pegula get through. I want to get your last thought of the afternoon before we turn it over to the talented voices of Brian Clark and Megan Moulton-Levy with Prim. What's your outlook on Lehecka against Alcaraz coming up?
Lehecka, no doubt, is playing some of his best tennis, with the hard serve, hard forehand, and that has got to keep up, today, and he has to be sharp. Is he going to be able to sustain the aggression and consistency of the Alcaraz, and not to mention his net game and drop shots? That remains to be seen.
All right, we'll see how Carlos will fare. Again, not dropping a set here in the quarterfinals against Jiri Lehecka. Patricia, we'll do it again tomorrow. Fascinating job.
Let's do it.
Stick right here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, because coming up, we have the second quarterfinal match of the day. It will be Carlos Alcaraz against Jiri Lehecka. Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, Prim Siripipat, and the entire crew will have the play-by-play when we return on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to a beautiful day 10 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. We appreciate you listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Earlier today here on Arthur Ashe Stadium, I, Prim Siripipat, was courtside as we watched the fourth seed Jessica Pegula, the American, take care of business in straight sets versus Barbora Krejcikova. And right now, you might hear the fans roaring. And they are roaring and clapping for none other than Carlitos himself, Carlos Alcaraz, preparing to take on Jiri Lehecka. Alcaraz leads this series 2-1, but Lehecka has proven that he can hang with Alcaraz, taking a win against Carlitos at Doha earlier this year. And joining us in studio, Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy. A little changing of the guards here. A good afternoon to you. And are you fired up? Are you as fired up as I am for this match?
Good afternoon, Prim. Megan's right next to me. I'm Brian Clark here in our studio. I'm fired up. I'm a little nervous. I'm feeling a little greedy because I want to see, frankly, a more compelling match than what we've seen over the last 2.5 days here at the U.S. Open. We have seen clockwork for the top seeds. We saw more of it earlier from Jessica Pegula, and I have a good feeling that Jiri Lehecka is going to give us some of what we've been looking for just based on those two prior matches this year between these two. Alcaraz won that epic final at Queen's in London in 3 over Lehecka, including a second set tiebreak. Lehecka beat Alcaraz in 3 in Doha back in February of this year. That was the quarterfinal stage. Now quarterfinal stage at a major, different animal. First time on Ashe for Jiri Lehecka, but I'm hopeful he can get it done against Carlitos.
Lehecka's had his share of just tough matches throughout this tournament, and Alcaraz has been kind of cruising. And we saw Sam Querrey ask, first quarterfinal without dropping a set, but we all know that Carlos, he loves being out there sometimes he loses himself in the moment, and we heard him talk about that. So I'm hoping, to your point, Brian, that we see some fireworks out here.
Something that fascinates me, and I'm curious for Prim's take on this, given Prim's work and studies in terms of performance and mindset. For somebody who's 43-2 since April, Carlos Alcaraz, to me, feels really overlooked in this tournament because we are looking at how kind of automatic Jannik Sinner has been, and of course Sinner handed Alcaraz one of those 2 losses. But Prim, do you get the sense, or could Alcaraz benefit from the fact that, yes, he's Carlos Alcaraz, he's a former U.S. Open champion, but it feels like he's considered the other guy here in this tournament based on the way it's gone for Sinner?
Yeah, that's a really good point, Brian. It does kind of feel that way, right? Especially the way Jannik Sinner played against Alexander Bublik. And I don't know if you two saw that moment when they went to go shake hands, and then when your opponent tells you that, hey, I'm not a bad player, but you're the GOAT, maybe that sheds light on a little bit about what you're talking about. But honestly, for somebody like Carlitos, somebody who doesn't shy away from the attention and seems so natural at it, I actually don't think he's thinking about this stuff at all. And I think that's why he is the champion, because for people like him, they have the mental fortitude to really just block out the noise and block out what, quite frankly, all of us are talking about. I think he's excited to compete today. You can tell he's fired up, and he could care less what everybody else is thinking. He's dialed in, and he wants to win this tournament.
He just likes to play. I mean, let's just call it what it is. He's a kid out there, like a kid in a candy shop. He has a big smile on his face every ball he hits. He doesn't get bothered by the misses because he knows that that's part of the game. He's such an excellent mover. He does all of the work before he hits the ball to make sure he's in the right spot. He's playful. He brings the crowd around with him. He's in it to win it.
Jiri Lehecka into his second major quarterfinal, got to this stage in Australia in 2023, beaten on that occasion by Stefanos Tsitsipas. A tall order today. It's Carlos Alcaraz, the world number 2. He's never beaten a top 2 player in the world. He'll try that today in his maiden U.S. Open quarterfinal. Also something to consider as we watch this match begin. That serve goes out wide from Lehecka, and we are underway a little bit earlier, I think, than we might have expected. A 1:36 Eastern time start to this match after that straight sets win earlier for Jessica Pegula. Jiri Lehecka in Arthur Ashe Stadium serves flat and long out wide. Something else to keep an eye on, not only is this Lehecka's first time in the U.S. Open quarterfinals, his first time playing on Arthur Ashe Stadium as he double faults long.
Yeah, he talked about that in his pre-match conversation with Sam Querrey. Just talked about what a great court it is to be on and how grateful he is. He's practiced on it a little bit earlier in this week, but he's going to enjoy the crowd.
He goes body serve, backhand serve back from Alcaraz, who now goes cross court with the backhand. Lehecka standing in shadow, nets his backhand from the near baseline. It's 15-30.
Lehecka did a practice backhand swing after he missed that stroke, but to me, he missed it because the ball that Alcaraz hit landed in the service box. Lehecka didn't do enough work getting his body up to that ball so he could strike it before it dropped below the net.
At 15-30, Lehecka's toss. He goes flat and out wide. A let. Another Chamber of Commerce day in terms of weather here at the U.S. Open. Temperatures in the upper 70s, minimal humidity, not much breeze. Absolutely ideal conditions as Lehecka doing it again. Another let. And he takes a glance again towards the chair just for confirmation.
Interesting shot selection, even though he didn't hit that serve in, but he chose to hit a drop shot after that. Maybe we're going to see some playful shot selection out of Lehecka today.
Ace T for Lehecka, his first ace of the afternoon, 30-all.
Lehecka's been doing a great job throughout this tournament of winning points off of his first serve. In his last match, he did a great job of just making sure he's not serving to the same spot, keeping his opponent off balance, guessing where he's going to serve.
Wide serve from the deuce court into a short backhand. Lehecka now a deeper forehand from the Czech player. They trade cross court, deuce side. Now Carlos goes inside out with a forehand. Lehecka runs it down, opens up the court for Alcaraz to steer the open volley. That's Alcaraz taking control of a point and giving himself a break opportunity in the opening game of this quarterfinal.
Alcaraz is able to cheat and take time away because his footwork is so efficient. He drove his right leg, planted it in the court, cutting off time and space and shortening up his forehand to create an opportunity to come in and win that point at the net.
Lehecka really wants to hit this wide serve from the ad court, but he missed it again. Now a second serve. He's down a break point to open this quarterfinal. Rolls it into the box. Backhand return from Alcaraz, who now loops a forehand. Lehecka to his left. Cross-court backhand, feeding that Alcaraz backhand. Now he does it again with a backhand. Draws a slice from Alcaraz. Forehand Lehecka. He's in it net. And Alcaraz wide. That's a good job to save the break point for Jiri Lehecka.
Yeah, Lehecka looking to create opportunities to move forward. He's obviously one for one so far. Both of them are 100%. Let's see how long they can keep this last at points won when they come in.
Both have had the point really in total control when they've come into the net. 3 minutes into this quarterfinal, the second major quarterfinal for Jiri Lehecka, the 13th for Carlos Alcaraz. He's the youngest man in the Open era to get to 13 major quarterfinals. Second serve at deuce for Lehecka, a double fault. That's 2 double faults and now 2 break points for Alcaraz in this game.
And you just wonder for Lehecka, playing against Carlos, knowing how great he is at basically everything he does that put pressure on Lehecka's serve, feeling like he has to go for more than if he were playing somebody else?
Lehecka has another second serve coming, down a break point. After that first serve, he went tee and missed it well wide and long. Rolls it into the box, chipped back Alcaraz. Backhand short Lehecka, forehand drop shot Alcaraz. Here comes Lehecka, down break point. Flicks it cross court, but into the net. And Alcaraz draws first blood in this quarterfinal. An opening break of Jiri Lehecka.
Hey Prim, you're there in the stadium. What's it feel like? What's the energy? What's the crowd feeling like?
It feels like all eyes are on Carlitos. And that's no discredit to Lehecka. I mean, obviously, he's a fantastic player. And listen, this is a big moment for him, right? He's playing some of the best tennis of his life, going to crack into the top 20 not too long after this U.S. Open. But everybody is just following Carlitos. I mean, he's just a rock star, and he's just so dynamic to watch. And you have to think that that double fault and perhaps, that last point, you would think that Lehecka might be experiencing a bit of nerves, right? This is his first time ever quarterfinals at the U.S. Open, first time playing on Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's a big deal.
That's what I'm sensing. Just looking at his face, feeling not quite settled yet. But look, we're only in the first game of this match.
Exactly.
Hopefully he's able to find his footing, take some time, and make sure he's prepared to play.
Alcaraz goes body serve, his first serve of the match. The return's netted by Lehecka. 15 love for Alcaraz, who's in the sleeveless lavender top this afternoon. Plum purple colored shorts. And showing off that haircut, which as soon as he shaved it, and we saw it at the start of the tournament last week, you realized how quickly it was going to grow back, and that's exactly the case. It already looks a lot fuller than it did just a week ago.
I think it looks quite nice with it.
Yeah. It's been done before. We saw David Beckham do it once when he was in his heyday. A body serve ties up Lehecka, and Alcaraz breezing through this service game. He's taken the first 2 points.
Really interesting to me to just understand Alcaraz's shot selection. First serve of the match. Lehecka's clearly nervous. Carlos decides to go body forehand on the first serve, then body backhand on the second point on the ad side, drawing errors, but not even doing much to draw those errors, kind of reinforcing that Lehecka's a little nervous and just giving him an opportunity to play.
That backhand return is long from Lehecka. 40 love for Alcaraz.
Megan, that's a good point in terms of just like Lehecka's nerves, and it makes me wonder why, if that's the reason why Alcaraz pulled that drop shot in the last game, right? Because if a player is a bit nervous and tight, the first thing to go is their legs.
Blocks return from Lehecka. Alcaraz, though, from a back pedal into a dazzling forehand winner. And he purses his lips as if to say, that's a good start. He was backing up just to see if that ball would land in. When it dropped in, he said, okay, sure, and uncoiled a forehand drive. Unreal shot for the hold and the consolidation of the break.
I mean, that is just out of this world. He hit that ball between mid-steps. coaching. I'm thinking about my coaching hat. I say, get your feet set, stop moving, be balanced. That guy was mid-step when he whacked that ball into the corner of the court.
I've seen Roger Federer hit shots like that over the years, and that speaks to the balance and the agility just to recover in those positions. And none of those words, unfortunately, apply right now to Jiri Lehecka, who nets a middle backhand. And we've seen this time and time again. Jan-Lennard Struff comes to mind on Sunday night in his match against Novak Djokovic. He's here, fourth-round match on Ash, and he looked nervous and overwhelmed to begin the match. He settled in and played better, but by that point it was too late. And you hope Lehecka is able to settle in before too long as these players trade from deep behind the baseline. Backhand cross Lehecka, same from Alcaraz, same from Lehecka. Now backhand drive, long Alcaraz as he changed it up, sending it up the left sideline, but missing for 15 all.
And I don't get the sense that Alcaraz is, like, he could really play his magical, explosive tennis where he's having that ESPN highlight or US Open radio highlight shots. But he's just baiting Lehecka. How nervous are you? Are you willing to make this ball? And not really going for too much, letting Lehecka win and lose the points on his racket.
Inside in forehand, Alcaraz sliding forehand. Lehecka catches the sideline. Oh, Alcaraz almost improved the angle, but missed it into net. 30-15, Lehecka.
Megan, to your point, too, I also think it's a good reminder that the match oftentimes begins before they even step foot on the court. We kind of see a little bit of that with Jannik Sinner and Alexander Bublik last night. Our play-by-play announcer, Mike Cation, said something like, yeah, I went to the Olive Garden and got triple breadsticks because he beat him 6-1, 6-1, 6-1. And so, you know, when you're going up against a tough player like Alcaraz, it gets in your head oftentimes.
Now Lehecka at net, half volley pick up. Oh, he didn't pick it up into the net. That's the first point lost at net for Jiri Lehecka. 30 all.
Prim, that is, you just nailed it. I got a story at some point playing Venus and Serena and what happened in the locker room. That match was done before I even got on the court. So there's a lot that happens before the first ball is even struck.
First serve into net from Lehecka. 30 all. He's trying to get on the board in this quarterfinal. He was broken in his opening game, and now he's double faulted for the third time so far in this quarterfinal. Carlos Alcaraz can break him for a second time. Alcaraz held with what is certainly the shot of the match so far, where he was backing up off a little lob from Lehecka, and then once he saw it was landing in, he stopped and just drilled a forehand, or as Megan more accurately said, he was in between steps when he drilled a forehand winner. Good serve on the ad side from Lehecka, who now returns with a backhand. Alcaraz pummels a forehand, now another one going inside in, but missing it wide. He rolled the dice a bit up a break point, but missed it for deuce.
Lehecka is slowly starting to eke his way into this match, getting his footwork behind the ball more than certainly the first two games, making a few more balls. And Alcaraz, I get that he wants to pull the trigger right now. He will continue to do so. But if Lehecka can capitalize off of some of these misses, extending the rallies and seeing what Alcaraz is, if he's willing to be disciplined.
Forehand cross-court netted by Alcaraz, and that's Lehecka coming out on top in a longer exchange. We've not seen many of those. Advantage Lehecka.
So if I'm Lehecka, I'm paying attention to two things. 2 points on this game. He's gotten Carlos running off the court, and Carlos has taken too much, gone for too much of an angle, and dumped both of those forehands into the bottom of the court when he's off that right side, that deuce side. I'd see if I can organize the points to make sure that I get Alcaraz moving on the run to that forehand side.
Second serve, Lehecka, as he tries to get on the board. He goes body serve. Forehand return is long from Alcaraz. Lehecka's on the board. He saves a break point, but is still down by a break. Carlos Alcaraz in front 2-1 in this quarterfinal on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Carlos Alcaraz up a break on Jiri Lehecka in this men's quarterfinal, and the answer story we've all been waiting for. Megan Moulton-Levy, you have to tell us, before you took the court for your doubles match against Venus and Serena Williams, how you lost the match in the locker room.
So, my partner and I, Lindsay Lee Waters, former top 40 singles player, we were the first alternates.
Okay. Where was this?
Here,
at
the U.S. Open. First alternates for this tournament, and I get a call late at night, and the umpire says, "I got good news for you." I said, "Okay." I got good and bad. One is good. You're in the tournament. Bad news, you're playing Venus and Serena. That night, I was at home watching Serena play.
Hang on one second. Let's pick it up because we've got some incredible volleys from these two here. It's Alcaraz in at net, reaches for that backhand volley. Lehecka rips the pass, but Alcaraz cuts it off. Lehecka now hits another lob. Well long, though. Oh, man, Alcaraz had all the answers on that point. Now he's got a big smile with the tongue dangling like he's Michael Jordan. 15 love after some of that shot making.
It's so clear that Alcaraz loves to play. I mean, he's toying with the ball, just trying all sorts of different things, coming in and just displaying his awesome athleticism.
Alcaraz up a break at 2-1, 15 love. Okay, so resetting the story, you get the phone call, good news and bad news. The good news, you're in the U.S. Open. The bad news, you're playing a couple of sisters named Venus and Serena.
That's right. Serena's playing a night match. I was at home watching it, and I looked at her on the screen, and I said, "Let's go." Unfortunately, we got to the locker room. I'm anxiously getting ready. They call our name over the speaker. Lindsay and I run to the desk, and as we walk out of the locker room, Serena's just putting on her makeup, like taking her sweet time as if she doesn't realize that we have a match to play. So we end up waiting for 15 minutes for those two young women to come out and play us. We get in the tunnel. We got 4 security guards, 2 for us, 2 for them. Our security guards left with them. So they had 4. We're trailing behind. We're walking through the tunnels underneath Arthur Ashe Stadium because we were playing at Grandstand, the old Grandstand. This was in 2012. And we're walking through, and everyone in the ground's like, "Serena, Venus." And I'm looking like, "Megan, is someone going to say my name?" No.
I'm still laughing at the thought of 4 security guards surrounding them as you're trapped.
Departed us. Like, who are you? Are you guys playing this match?
Ace for Alcaraz, a love hold, by the way.
Anyway, I'll tell you this. You all can search the real results online. In my mind,
already there.
We won the match at 4-2. 4-2. After that, I have no clue what happened in that match, but in my mind, I was victorious.
Were you leading 4-2?
You figure that out.
Oh, yes. Oh, so then after the 4-2...
Yeah, we may not have won
it
one
was
more
10
game.
straight.
Oh.
You neglected to mention something, though. Wow. They were a month removed from winning the gold medal at the Olympics. This was 2012.
Wait a second. You didn't have to say the 10 straight. Like, that was not necessary.
Oh, that's funny. Megan, honestly, the funniest part is Serena getting ready and putting makeup on because she's like, "I'm not going to sweat."
Basically.
There's no sweating. Like, as long as I look good, I'm going to look exactly how I am because most women know when they put makeup on, they're going to go play tennis. It's going to get all messy.
That's a great story, Megan.
Not that.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I'm glad you got into that U.S. Open,
yeah,
and you've got that story. And you got 4 games.
That's right. That's right.
There's great stories. Yeah, obviously, the Michael Jordan stories are always legendary from the NBA, and there's a great one. I think it was Chris Webber, who was also a standout basketball player, NBA player in his own right. He tells a story. He was playing for the Washington. I think they were the Bullets then. They're the Wizards now. And they had their morning shoot-around, their morning practice, as Alcaraz misses the backhand long. And they come, I think they're coming off the team bus. It was in Chicago, so they're visiting. The Bulls had already worked out. And they said they get off the bus, and Michael Jordan is sitting on his Ferrari. This is 11 o'clock in the morning. He's smoking a cigar. And he just says, "Who's checking me tonight?" And just terrified whoever it was who was had the misfortune of guarding Michael Jordan that night.
That sounds like something that Serena would do to someone.
Well, she wouldn't smoke a cigar.
Yeah. Maybe not. You know, she's just boss like that.
Yeah, and that's that rarefied air. The Serena, Michael Jordan, that caliber of athlete. And they get it done on the big stages here. Carlos Alcaraz trying to ascend those lofty heights. He's off to a good start, but right there, he draws in Jiri Lehecka, who nets that forehand squash shot. It's 30 all. Lehecka trying to stay one break down at 1-3 here in the opening set. Men's quarterfinal, and Brian Clark with Megan Moulton-Levy. 18 minutes gone by. Alcaraz broke Lehecka to begin this match.
Alcaraz is just running down every ball. So he's going to be prepared to be aggressive when he has the opportunity. But he can also play some wicked defense like he just displayed on that forehand slice that he made Lehecka back up, reset the point. But Lehecka, with this great serve that he has, is able to just neutralize, reset with an awesome first serve like he just had.
We said Lehecka came out wanting to hit those aces out wide. He was not able to hone it at first, but he just got one there, and then a service winner. That time he went tee from the deuce court. By far the best service game for Jiri Lehecka. He holds, dropping just 1 point along the way. Carlos Alcaraz still holds the lead, but Lehecka, Prim, it looks like he's maybe settled in and is just a bit more comfortable now after 5 games played.
Sure. Listen, first time stepping foot on Arthur Ashe Stadium, arguably the biggest tennis stage in this country. Kind of makes sense, right? That you're going to need a little time to warm up. But kind of adding on to what Megan just pointed out in terms of Carlito's defensive play on that last point, or the 2 points before, when he reached with his forehand wide and hit a slice, the thing that stands out to me so much is his athleticism. He's going to make you hit 1 to 3 to 5 extra points. His speed, his ability to grip and move around the court is so phenomenal. And especially watching him courtside, it stands out even more. It's better live.
Yeah, it is some dazzling stuff. We've seen some dazzling performances in Arthur Ashe Stadium over the last couple of days. Nobody's lost a set en route to wins, and that streak extended this morning, or earlier today. That match began this morning, and it didn't last long into the afternoon for Jessica Pegula to beat Barbora Krejcikova, who could not find a way to save 8 match points like she did a few rounds ago against Taylor Townsend. So Pegula back to the semifinals here again. Carlos Alcaraz looking for his 3rd trip to the U.S. Open semifinals. And he will serve up 3-2. Alcaraz from the near baseline on a gorgeous day in Arthur Ashe Stadium. He was following that serve in, but didn't need to do anything, as that tee serve was deep enough that Lehecka couldn't get it back. It's 15-love for Alcaraz.
If I was a guessing woman, I would guess that Alcaraz did not mean to serve and volley, but why he's able to play so well is that he fully understands what his ball is going to do when it comes off of his racket. He knew that serve was going to just really put Lehecka in a lot of trouble and was already halfway in.
Lehecka hitting big off the ground with backhands, and now a forehand that's deep, and Alcaraz's backhand's wide. It's 15-all.
That's, again, an error from Alcaraz that I would urge Lehecka to just alarm bells. Hey, I got that ball up on Carlos. He wasn't able to. Lehecka hit that ball so fast. Carlos didn't actually have enough time to get back and get that ball in the strike zone. So it ended up being high for him. I wonder if Lehecka is able to create some more scenarios and put Alcaraz in that position.
It's a backhand into the Alcaraz backhand cross. Lehecka's been trying to feed that backhand. Now Carlos swings around into a forehand, drives a backhand middle. Lehecka backhand middle of the court. Alcaraz inside in forehand, stretching out Lehecka. He's there with a short forehand. Alcaraz, though, able to angle the backhand towards the right sideline. He shortened up, so Lehecka couldn't get there. 30-15.
Alcaraz has unbelievable hands and feel. Lehecka hit that ball right up the middle of the box, right in the middle of the court, but Carlos was able to just change the angle of his swing and hit a short cross-court backhand winner. Pretty impossible to do. That geometry of the court did not bode itself well for that, but he was able to execute.
Alcaraz used a body serve to set up this point. It leads to a baseline exchange. Lehecka's backhand hit the tape, and that's sat up for Alcaraz to unload on a forehand inside in, a winner into the quarter. The net cord gives Lehecka a tough break. 40-15, Alcaraz.
And unload is what he just did. His racket head speed was so fast. He sensed that ball it hit the net, came up, had so much air on it, and he whipped right through that forehand.
At 40-15, Alcaraz an ace out wide. Lehecka could only wave at it. 4-2, Alcaraz maintains his lead in the opening set of this quarterfinal.
Alcaraz started the match playing quite conservatively, serving up the box, up the middle of the box, going body, body, and now he's starting to spread the court, display some of his amazing shot making, and be more aggressive off that first serve, be more aggressive off the line. He's hitting more winners in these 6 games.
Guys, as I'm watching this match, if I could just chime in here, you know, it's kind of interesting watching their body language. Jiri Lehecka is really just kind of, you know, trying to stay focused, a bit robotic, not showing too much expressions. But meanwhile, when you look on the other side of the net, Carlitos, you see him hopping around, jumping, loose, smiling, you know, showing some responses to his own shots and winners. It's just fascinating watching how they both display themselves on the court.
Lehecka far more stoic. He also has had less to be excited about than Alcaraz. Now he tries a forehand drop shot. Here comes Carlos, though, shovels it back in. Oh, what a cross-court dink volley from Lehecka, but hit an extra shot. That draws applause from Alcaraz. Great recovery from Lehecka.
I love that Alcaraz is willing to give his opponent kudos. You know, someone taught me this, the word compete. It is competare, so to seek together. So when you're competing with someone, you're actually competing with them to elevate the level of play. And so I really like that Alcaraz is able to acknowledge when his opponent is hit a good shot, because then that allows him to actually elevate and play better as well.
Body serve from Lehecka, return long from Alcaraz. It's 30-15.
Megan, such a great point, especially a lot of young players and tennis parents watching, right? A good role modeling and example of sportsmanship.
Absolutely.
Saw it yesterday from Naomi Osaka to Coco Gauff, and that pretty one-sided win for Osaka to advance at the U.S. Open. Now an ace for Lehecka, flat and out wide at 119. He pumped his fist to himself a few times. He's fired 3 aces. Also been expensive. He's had 3 double faults, but now a chance for 3-4 and just to stay within striking distance of Carlos Alcaraz. He's only 1 break down. 40-15, the toss, the serve into the body. The backhand from Alcaraz sits up for Lehecka to drill a forehand. Darting through the right side of the court. No response from Alcaraz, who maintains the lead and will serve with new balls after this changeover. 4-3 Alcaraz on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. The opening break of serve, the difference. Carlos Alcaraz broke Jiri Lehecka in the first game of this quarterfinal, and he has maintained that lead since. Lehecka has played much better. Lehecka had to save a break point in his second service game. Was able to do that to get on the board. He's played a lot better since, but Alcaraz has been unrelenting. As I say that, Alcaraz double faults for the first time in this match, serving to begin this 4-3 game. 28 minutes into this quarterfinal. Brian Clark back here with Megan Moulton-Levy. We've got Prim Siripipat courtside for the first of our quarterfinal matches here at the 2025 U.S. Open for the men.
He's been pretty pretty strong, Carlos, but he's also made a few errors. I mean, we just saw that double fault. He's made some just careless forehand shot selection when he's on the run, so he can do that as well.
Just hit a lovely overhead off 122-mile-an-hour serve down the tee that Lehecka blocked back. It floated up, so Alcaraz came into the service line and pummeled that overhead for a winner.
Megan, posing a question to you, with those errors for other people, you know, it could be a sign maybe that they're not playing as well as they would like, or they're warming up. But for Carlos, do you think that's a sign of just his willingness to just be fearless and go for his shots?
I mean, I think that it's the latter. I don't think it's a sign that he's not playing well. He wants to he doesn't want to do the same thing over and over and play the repetitive, robotic, kind of unimaginative tennis that some players are just not capable of playing. He can do it all. And so I think because he has all those shots in his toolbox, sometimes he makes some bad errors and he makes some bad decisions, but it doesn't really matter because he can follow it up with like a boom, and here, I'm back.
And he just did that with a 123-mile-an-hour serve out wide. Alcaraz has lost just 3 points on serve in this set. 2 of them have come in this game. That opening double fault and then the previous point. So that was the first adversity he had faced on serve at 15-30. That's how he responded. What does he do here at 30 all from the far baseline? Well, he finds the net in the deuce court. Alcaraz looks across the court at Lehecka. Now the toss, serve down the center. Backhand middle Lehecka, backhand middle Alcaraz. Backhand netted by Lehecka. 40-30 for Carlos.
I talk a lot about transfer of weight, particularly on ground strokes, but when I'm watching Carlos serve, he's so explosive as he pushes off the ground to go and hit that serve that his whole body, both left, right foot, they're both inside the baseline. So at times it may look like he's going to serve and volley, but just because of his power and acceleration and momentum, he gets inside the ball, inside the baseline. So he is going to take time away from that next ball because of his court positioning, which crunches his opponent's time.
Crushed another serve down the tee. Big serving in that game for Alcaraz to hold for 5-3. That was 120T. Lehecka could only punch it long, and now Lehecka's got a hold at 3-5 in the opener.
Alcaraz started the match way more conservatively, but as he's getting more and more settled in this match, and not to say that he was ever unsettled, but he's feeling more free, he's going for his shots, and Prem, to your previous point, we are going to see him make some errors, but he's going to continue to be a shot maker. I get the sense that Lehecka is warming up to this match too. He looks less stiff. I think that may be his general disposition, but his shoulders look a little bit more relaxed. He seems not as uptight as when this match started.
That returns long from Alcaraz. You think of that kind of bearing and how they handle themselves. You think of the last Czech man to reach a semifinal here. That was Tomas Berdych back in 2012. He sort of carried himself with that, say, a rigid stance. And that at times you wonder, okay, is he relaxed? Is he a little too tight?
It may be, it may be cultural. That's how they may have been coached. They're rigid in their way that they play too. Their strokes are not as fluid. But you can tell. You can just tell in the way Lehecka's walking. He's smoother. He's taking more time with his steps. That he's settling into this match.
Yeah, guys, you're right. I mean, in the past several, I covered his last 3 matches or so, and he just kind of walks around a bit stoic, if you will, and not so much that he's expressionless, but yeah, very robotic. But that was a big expression there as he rips a forehand cross court.
That was a dazzling sequence from both. First, it was Alcaraz going cross court, but Lehecka was able to step out and rip that cross court forehand for a winner from way off the court. And he shortened up the angle. Carlos couldn't get there. 40-love for Lehecka. And he just missed that serve out wide. He was coming in behind it. 40-love. Lehecka looking to make Alcaraz sit down and serve this one out in the opening set. And Lehecka is really settled into this match. Now the second serve, he goes body. A forehand return from Alcaraz off the back foot. Lehecka, now he steps into a forehand that he puts into the net. It's 40-15.
Yeah, Lehecka's made a few forehand errors in the net, not able to get underneath the ball quite enough. He's been banging his racket. I wonder if his tension is, he's not feeling that he has the right, properly strung at the tension he wants, so he's not able to get that ball over the net with much effort.
That first serve missed long. Toss, second serve goes into the body, blocked back on the backhand. Alcaraz now forehand cross. Lehecka comes into net, but watches Alcaraz's forehand find the net. And after 33 minutes, it'll be Carlos Alcaraz to serve for the opening set in this quarterfinal at 5-4 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center as day 10 moves on here at the 2025 US Open Tennis Championships. We're live here over at Arthur Ashe Stadium. I'm Prim Saripapat here in a courtside in the whisper section, which explains my low voice, whispering voice, as Carlos Alcaraz looks to serve and take the opening set against Jiri Lehecka, Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy. In studio, guys, this is a good one.
Yeah, it's been very good, and the level's definitely gone up as Lehecka settled into this match. But Carlos Alcaraz came out with a high level, and it's been that way ever since, as Alcaraz has lost just a handful of points on his serve in this opening set. 3 of them, to be exact, won't make it 4, as Lehecka tucked a backhand behind him. It's love 15.
That's one of Lehecka's strong points, is his ability to take that backhand early. He has such a compact stroke on his backhand side. He's not looking for forehands out of the middle of the court all the time, but when it comes to his left hip, Lehecka is able to just take that ball early, drive that ball down the line, and catch his opponent in trouble.
Lehecka crushes a forehand. He's taking charge at this point, picks up a half volley from the service line. Alcaraz tries to pass. Lehecka half volley. Alcaraz low, flicks it cross court. Lehecka's there, reaches out, backhand up the line. So good from Alcaraz. What improvisation from the world number 2.
You cannot play cat and mouse with the big tiger. Carlos will eat him up, which is exactly what he just did.
Lehecka was game for that cat and mouse exchange, but well said, Megan. And Carlos even did that little finger wag, not at Lehecka, but just saying, I'm number 1, as he looked towards his team courtside. That's the kind of confidence we've been talking about.
That's also Alcaraz's game style. He wants to get into these shot-making plays where you're using continental, then driving, then dragging your opponent all over. That's right in his wheelhouse.
First serve into net from Alcaraz at 15-all. Second serve deep into the box, and the forehand netted by Lehecka. It's 30-15.
Lehecka tried to take that return really early, shortening up his swing, taking 2 steps in. Both of his feet were inside of the baseline. But you have to understand, when you try and take time away from your opponent, you also take time away from yourself. And he wasn't quite organized enough to make that return.
30-15, Alcaraz 2 points away from this opening set.
Please.
We'll have another first serve coming. Crowd was oohing and eyeing as Lehecka played that behind his back after that ball had just missed, playing it over to the ball crew member. Louise Angzel is the chair umpire today. She was settling the crowd. Now 30-15, the toss. It's out wide. Oh, Lehecka tried to flick that backhand return, but he flicked it into the bottom of the net. And after 38 minutes, it's a set point for Carlos Alcaraz.
Lehecka shakes his head. He's looking up. He's breathing out. He's searching for answers as to what he can do in this match. He's first of all, he's got to make the returns, make Carlos play the ball after his serve.
First serve crashes into net from Alcaraz. Again, Alcaraz has lost just 4 points on serve in this opening set. Second serve on set point down the center. Now a big forehand from the world number 2. Plays a forehand drop shot. Here comes Lehecka with the backhand. Flicks it cross court out of the reach of Alcaraz, who might have felt like he was on an island in San Francisco Bay because he could not get over to that ball. And Carlos Alcaraz sees that set point come and go.
Lehecka did exactly what I wanted him to. I said, make that ball. And he took 2 steps back. He got himself off that island, made the ball, and played an unbelievable point to keep himself in this set.
Still one more set point to go here for Alcaraz, who serves right into the body of Lehecka and returns with the backhand. Now forehand middle from Carlos, forehand middle Lehecka. Alcaraz with a deep cross-court forehand, same Lehecka. Now line forehand from Alcaraz, caught the baseline somehow. He wheels left and nets the forehand. Looked like he lined up where he wanted to go with that ball. It was up the side. Problem was he drove it into the net for deuce.
So many people, Alcaraz went from the deuce corner hitting a forehand all the way almost to the ad side alley. Not very many people are able to have that great movement to get in position. Alcaraz was in complete perfect position for that ball. Just didn't execute it, hitting over the high part of the net with kind of a flat trajectory.
At deuce, here's Alcaraz out wide. Lehecka reaches and gets it back, but just long, almost a dazzling return from Jiri Lehecka. But instead, it's set point 3 for Carlos Alcaraz after 40 minutes.
And Alcaraz hits an awesome out wide serve. But what I love is that he's really given himself some fist pumps. He really wants to play. He's enjoying this match, and you can see it by how he's managing himself between the points.
The advantage Alcaraz on set point number 3. He moves right, puts the forehand up the right side. Lehecka slides in to block it. Short and wide. And that's Carlos Alcaraz bagging the first set, 6-4 in 41 minutes. 2 sets away from his 3rd U.S. Open semifinal. We'll take a break and come back to Ash on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to the 2025 U.S. Open. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. I'm Prim Saripapat, live in courtside here at Arthur Ashe Stadium as we just saw the 2022 U.S. Open champion Carlos Alcaraz take the opening set 6-4 in 41 minutes against Jiri Lehecka, who's playing some of the best tennis of his life. Can he somehow muster a comeback? That would be a question I posed to Megan Moulton-Levy. Brian Clark is also in studio, guys. And, you know, I was kind of talking about just their nonverbal cues, how they're handling themselves on the court. And Megan, the thing that stands out to me about Carlos that I really, really love is just his positive body movements and expressions. He's always jumping around, pumping his fists, positive body language. And you mentioned he looks just happy to be out there. And it reminded me of Naomi Osaka's performance yesterday against Coco Gauff. She also looked very happy, and that can really, really bode well for players, doesn't it?
You know, you're spot on. I think the other thing that I just like note and build off of is really no player is going to behave the same on court. So we have to have room for the Carloses of the world and the Leheckas of the world who may not, they show up differently.
And Lehecka just slid in to try to crush a forehand past Alcaraz, who was parked at the net. The problem was he crushed it into the net. 15-30, and maybe a sense of familiar foreboding for Jiri Lehecka, who was broken in the opening game of the first set and is now in a 15-30 hole in the opening game of the second set of his first ever U.S. Open quarterfinal.
Lehecka is trying to keep himself relaxed and cool before every serve. He has a big, deep breathe. He's breathing out, trying to keep himself relaxed. But I really was hoping that he was going to be able to hold his serve. He started off so well. Slider out wide, forehand, just banger through the court. And now he's found himself with 2 break points.
Down 2 break points after he flew that volley long from the service line. 15-40 for Jiri Lehecka here. From the far baseline, he stands in shadow and missed long. He went tee on that first serve. We're at the part of the day, 22 minutes after 2 o'clock in New York, where the shadows are beginning to come into play. About a little more than half the court is covered in shadow. That forehand rip dropped off the net court. It dropped. Somehow Alcaraz got there. Then Lehecka backhand squat shot, maybe panicked. Well, he found the net, and he's found himself down a break to begin a second consecutive set. Again, the improvisation of Carlos Alcaraz just too good. He's got all the answers through the first 11 games of this quarterfinal.
And that's just it. It's almost like Lehecka was stunned because Carlos can do anything with the ball. And Lehecka had no clue what Alcaraz was going to do. So when it came right to his backhand, he almost wasn't ready for it.
Megan, I think everybody else here, the 23,000 plus fans here, were stunned, just as stunned as Lehecka. I mean, that's the dynamic play of Carlos Alcaraz, is his court coverage and just his sheer speed and athleticism that not all players can mimic and engage in.
Carlos Alcaraz, as we said, is on an incredible run since April. 43-2. His only 2 losses came in finals. Aryna in Barcelona and, of course, Sinner at Wimbledon. Got to go back to Miami and David Goffin, the last time Alcaraz was beaten before the finals in a tournament. As his backhand misses long, love 15.
Lehecka's been able to put Alcaraz, and he has not been able to put him in very many defensive opportunities or in positions. And so the errors that Alcaraz is making is not due to what Lehecka is doing. It's more so just him, you know, not being able to execute every shot he hits.
Alcaraz nets that first serve. It's up a set, now a break here. Second serve on the way from the far baseline. The sun is dipped behind clouds, so the whole court right now covered in some shadows. Slice backhand Lehecka. Alcaraz back pedals to hit a forehand cross court. Staying on the forehand wing, now opens up the court. Block backhand Lehecka. Here comes Alcaraz. Forehand cross. Lehecka tries to hit it. Alcaraz takes out of the air with a swinging forehand volley. Lehecka gets it back, but wide. And Alcaraz running through the gears on that point. It's 15-all.
Alcaraz keeps his opponents on so much pressure. If it's not because of how quickly he gets the ball, He can change the pace. He can whip right through it. He can slice. He can come in. So it doesn't really matter what position on the court Alcaraz is. He can compromise his opponent. And Lehecka is looking a little bit like not so much. No, he's deer in headlights, but still trying to figure out, problem solve, and find ways to stay in this match.
Cross-court backhand, now a backhand lifted by Alcaraz. Cross-court backhand Lehecka, who plays a backhand middle of the court. Inside in forehand Alcaraz. Cross-court forehand is sent long by Lehecka. 30-15 Alcaraz.
A few points ago, Lehecka was looking at his box with hands up, trying to figure out, what can I do? Help me. But, to be honest, I'm not sure that his coaches can give him the right information or enough information to keep him in this match with Alcaraz.
30-15 here for Alcaraz, who sends it down the center. Really cool event here. The wheelchair competition begins today. There was a gala yesterday marking 20 years of the U.S. Open wheelchair competition. As that backhand body serve return is wide from Lehecka, 40-15 for Alcaraz. And the doubles gets underway today. The top-seeded men's duo of Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed are in action. Same with the top seeds in the quad wheelchair doubles, Guy Sasson and Niels Vink. Remarkable athletes will be on display here as we hit the second week of the tournament. Body serve Lehecka, into Lehecka, it's blocked back long, and Alcaraz, one of the easier holds he's had in some time. 2-love for Alcaraz here through 2 games in this second set.
Yeah, Brian, we have at JTCC, we have a massive wheelchair program, and all of our coaches are wheelchair certified. And some of my most joyful coaching moments have come being on the court with our wheelchair athletes. I mean, so often, unfortunately, the world doesn't see these players as, able to achieve anything. And to see the look of joy when they're able to strike the ball for the first time, that gives me a coaching high.
It's awesome, and you make a very good point about the support, and it's great that the JTCC is doing that. A leaping volley from Lehecka is a good one with a backhand. He was parked at net. That's what it's taking him to move Alcaraz all over the court. 15-love. You see the, kind of the stalwart countries here in the doubles. You see Japan, certainly the Netherlands, South Africa. Those are countries that have made significant investments in that wheelchair infrastructure. Great Britain's done it. The U.S. is getting there. Australia certainly going back a couple of years. And when you get those countries and you get that pipeline of athletes, and it's the success begets success, where they see, kids who might grow up differently abled, and they could see on television or social media, whatever it is, that, hey, there's somebody else differently abled who's having this kind of international success. It leads to more support. Companies get involved with their own corporate support. I know the U.S. Open has great corporate partnerships backing the wheelchair competition. This year it's Deloitte. So it's just cool to see it elevated to Grand Slam level.
I mean, we've been talking about this all week, and one of the initiatives from the USTA is this Be Open campaign, where it is so important to have representation, because when a kid comes through these gates, willing his way through, and can go wheel in between the courts and see someone who looks like them performing in this unbelievable venue with all these people, that sparks joy, that sparks it's aspirational for these players.
And it's performing not just on the court. We saw Dana Matthewson yesterday doing an on-court interview of Karolina Muchova. Did a great job. She was the first American woman to win a wheelchair major doubles title. She's retired now, but she is very much here and active as Jiri Lehecka holds. He's on the board in the second set, but in a familiar jam. Down a break to Carlos Alcaraz on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Hard to believe it's 20 years since Kim Clijsters won the first of 3 U.S. Open women's singles titles. We've got her sitting in the house today in Arthur Ashe Stadium, watching up from her home on the New Jersey shore, God's country, as we call it down there. But great to see Kim Clijsters here. Her daughter now a top basketball prospect. Her husband, of course, a former professional basketball player, now a high school coach in New Jersey. She's watching some good tennis from Carlos Alcaraz, who is looking for a second U.S. Open title. First things first, though, he's looking for a third U.S. Open semifinal appearance. Great wide serve from Alcaraz, pulling Jiri Lehecka off the court. And quite simply, Carlos Alcaraz has looked unbothered by Jiri Lehecka through a set and change. Alcaraz won the first 6-4 in 41 minutes and is up a break at 2-1 here in the second. I'm Brian Clark with Megan Moulton-Levy. We've got Prim Siripapat courtside in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Jessica Pegula moved on to the semifinals earlier in here over Barbora Krejcikova.
Yeah, Carlos is able to do anything he wants with that ball. On that serve, I talk a lot about ball bouncing in the box, but then what does it do? What kind of action does it have?
Oh, man, he almost hit an absurd angled forehand. Just floated wide. It was an optimistic shot, but this crowd would have gone bananas if that ball had landed in. It was just wide. It's 15 all.
But who does that? I mean, he wants to touch every part of the court with the ball, and he wants to see if he can do it in stylish fashion.
It was, that shot was maybe related to the one we saw him hit early in the first set, where he's backing up to see if Lehecka's ball is going to land in, and when it does, he said, oh, okay, sure, and somehow drilled this, I was going to say off balance, but it obviously wasn't. It would have been off balance for 99% of the men on tour, but he was able to turn it into a winner, blasted up the left sideline, inside in from that left sideline. Incredible shot from Alcaraz, and that one almost surpassed it, but not quite. It's 30-15. We're 4 minutes shy of the hour mark in this quarterfinal. Serve and volley from Alcaraz, and the volley is of the drop variety. Lehecka was nowhere near it. 40-15 for Carlos.
He is looking for opportunities to come in. He is an all-court player, but really, when he gets the chance to come forward, he can do it, and he has this unbelievable touch. One thing I would also say is to your point about him being able to do his body awareness. He knows exactly where his body is right when he's about to strike, which means that he can be on the move as he's making contact with the ball in a way that other players just can't do.
40-15 after that backhand floats into net.
Megan, I think that's what makes him so special and so much fun to watch, is that he's not a one-dimensional player. Even just out of the blue, that goes to your point about his creativity. And he doesn't want to be too bored in being a one-dimensional player. And there's an ace. 127 miles per hour. You just never know what he's going to pull out of his pockets.
So it makes it impossible for his opponents to plan, because, you know, you could play one style. When you are playing against someone who is one-dimensional, you can create a playbook, what you're going to do against them. But with him, he may, on some days, he's been missing his forehand out wide. He's been missing him in the net, but he so quickly is able to make an adjustment, and he can play 13 different styles of play. So you just hope that he's having an off day, maybe concentration, focus-wise, but he enjoys this way too much to let it slip between his fingers.
Let called. So another first serve coming here for Lehecka. Ball crew member had to corral a loose ball that had gotten out onto the court. Now Lehecka's ready at 1-3 here in the second set. Down a break. He's also down a set to Carlos Alcaraz and missed that serve long. Winner of this match will play the winner of tonight's matchup between 4th seed Taylor Fritz and 7th seed Novak Djokovic, who has a 10-0 career record against the American. We'll see if Fritz can get himself onto the board tonight. Alcaraz's shot somehow landed in, and Lehecka was unable to collect himself and put it back into play. That ball somehow caught baseline from Carlos.
It did look like it was going out, but Lehecka almost was willing it out, but wasn't prepared for that ball to fall in.
Already got our single schedule for tomorrow. We'll talk about in a moment. Serve down the center, punched back long by Alcaraz. 15 all. Men's singles quarterfinals will open the day at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time in Ashe. It'll be Alex de Minaur against the Turn back the clock looking Felix Auger-Aliassime, who's playing some of his best tennis in a while. And then a rematch of the Wimbledon final, Iga Swiatek and Amanda Anisimova of the United States. They'll play not before 1 o'clock. And then tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Naomi Osaka and Karolina Muchova, followed by the all-Italian showdown between Jannik Sinner and Lorenzo Musetti. 15-all for Lehecka here. He goes body. To his left goes Alcaraz, blocking with the backhand forehand. Into a reflex backhand up the line winner, Alcaraz. Lehecka crushed the forehand into the corner. Problem was, that's exactly where Carlos was positioned. Sent the backhand right up the line. And again, Alcaraz has just all the answers on Lehecka.
He just sees the ball so early. I mean, that was, I think, a guess. But even if he's not guessing, he's just watching his opponent, watching how that ball is flying off Lehecka's racket, so that as soon as he lands in his split step, he's getting out of it so fast and darting in the direction of the ball.
Good wide serve from Lehecka that Alcaraz can't get back into play. It's 30-all.
Lehecka has to find a way to depend on his serve to keep him in this match. At times he's served exceptionally well off that first serve, using his out wide, then open court on the next ball to keep himself in this match.
Alcaraz read that drop shot so well from Lehecka, who might have telegraphed it a bit. Alcaraz came in, played the drop shot. Lehecka could not pick up his half volley, and now Alcaraz has a break point.
Brim, earlier in this match, you said one thing that I think is really important to pick on right now. When someone is nervous or in that hazy, foggy where you can't really think, you don't know what to do, the first thing that goes is your footwork. And Lehecka has got to almost want every ball to go in so he can move and be athletic and swing out and make this as physical as possible. And you're seeing it right here in this point. His split step, you can hear the screeching of his shoes.
And there Alcaraz nets the forehand, so that's a longer rally. A lot of these longer rallies have gone Lehecka's way. Problem is, most points are 4 shots or less, and Alcaraz has won the bulk of those, but he saves the break point.
Yeah, that's why there's such a huge importance on just the mental game, right? And anything that you can do to shake out the tension and play relaxed. When you're relaxed, your body moves that much more naturally and fluidly as Lehecka comes into the net. Backhand volley. It's good play by him coming into the net there.
Prem, did you see Carlos talking to the woman who has some fantastic courtside seats? But this is the cool thing about this guy, is that he's in the heat of a battle, and he's smiling. I don't know if he was flirting with her. I don't know what was happening. But he's smiling at the woman on the side of the court.
Forehand cross court from Lehecka. We're going to ask Prim about that in a moment as Alcaraz flies long. Lehecka holds. He saves a break point. He stays 1 break down, but he appears to be clinging to life in this second set. Carlos Alcaraz up a set and a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's a fantastic day 10 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships quarterfinals play. Carlos Alcaraz is up 6-4, 3-2 against the 20th seed Jiri Lehecka. We're having a lot of fun here. Carlitos is having a lot of fun, and so much fun that he's even having conversations with some of the fans over here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. I'm Brim Saripapa alongside Megan Moulton-Levy and Brian Clark in studio. And guys, yeah, just kind of peering over at the fan, the woman that he was having a brief conversation with. Don't really know what the contents of that conversation was. Can't imagine it was too extensive. But Megan, to your point, I mean, he's just a guy that has a lot of fun, and unlike other players, really dives in with engaging with the fans and the crowd. He uses the crowd as part of his tennis environment, whereas other players kind of shy away from it. As he comes into the net, the volley lob and the in-betweener, Carlitos tried to go for the tweener lob. Everybody's impressed though, couldn't make it, but that's the type of shot-making ability that's so dynamic about Carlitos.
It brought Lehecka's box out of its seat, which is what they needed at this point. That little drop shot from Lehecka, and that's the hustle from Alcaraz. That time Lehecka, he pushed that long volley deep enough to force Alcaraz into the tweener as his only option. That woman, I think, might have completely lost it if that ball had landed in. She's a woman who's sitting in the literally almost on the court. I don't know how she got those seats, and now Alcaraz dumps that volley wide. And we've seen her just very enthusiastic about Carlos. She looks to be a middle-aged woman, but she's been very enthusiastic. And when he's come to the towel bin that's right in front of her, she's been very vocal and supportive. And we've seen him smile and sort of chuckle a few times. But I'm sure he's smiling and chuckling right now. This is 2 points for Lehecka on the Alcaraz serve. Carlos lost just 5 points on serve in the opening set. He's already lost 5 on serve here in the second set. At love 30. From the far baseline, he goes long.
One thing Lehecka was able to do in the first point of this set, or this game, was to bring Alcaraz in on his own terms. So we talked quite a bit about this throughout the week, is if a player can dictate the point, create an opportunity to come forward on when they want to, they're going to more often than not win the point. But when their opponent draws them forward, forces them to come in an uncomfortable fashion, it's not really an advantage at that point, and Lehecka was able to capitalize with that lob volley.
Back-to-back tee serves from Alcaraz. He won that first point for 15-30. Now we're playing at 15-30, and forehand exchange into Lehecka, into Alcaraz. Alcaraz now forehand. He loops that ball. Lehecka goes backhand cross on the ad side. Same from Alcaraz, same from Lehecka. A little bit deeper on that shot. Now the backhand cross Lehecka, slice backhand Alcaraz. Lehecka to his right forehand line, runs left for a backhand middle. Alcaraz comes in to drill a forehand cross court. Lehecka backhand cross court ad side. Somehow Carlos got there out of the reach of Lehecka. What a couple of gets from Alcaraz, who holds the right arm aloft. He pumps the fist. Ashe roars behind the 2022 U.S. Open champion.
There is just no hesitation in what he is decide. He is just moving forward and ready to just pounce on that volley.
What Alcaraz also does really well is his anticipation too, his athleticism, right, Megan and Brian, but also his ability to know maybe where his opponent is going in, and just a little bit of anticipation on that volley and a cross-court drop shot. Boy, is he an entertainer.
21 shots in that rally, longest of the match, and now Alcaraz at 30 all was coming in behind that forehand, and Lehecka couldn't quite keep up with it. 40-30 for Alcaraz, as Lehecka looking a bit worse for wear at the moment, sort of smacks gently at that back fence in frustration.
Lehecka was up 30 love. He knows this too. I'm not saying anything that he's not already thinking about, but that's a big opportunity for him to disrupt Alcaraz, and I'm sure he's kicking himself that he wasn't able to convert. But conversely, he has to realize that Alcaraz isn't giving him the opportunity to do so. He had a momentary lapse in concentration, but is so quickly able to just bounce back and get right back into top form.
And he's back in the top form and back on top in this second set, holding with that wide serve that Lehecka blocks back long. 4-2 for Alcaraz, who took the first set 6-4. Another, I think, valid question is for Jiri Lehecka coming into this match, and he has given it his all in terms of compete level. there could be just that sort of mental complacency. He was already into this tournament at a career-high ranking. He's 21st in the world. He's going to be 15th after the U.S. Open, so he'll make his top 20 debut. And there might be that almost subconscious, okay, this is great. U.S. Open quarterfinals. I'm into the top 20 for the first time. This is gravy. And not that he's taken the foot off the gas, but knowing that going into this match, it could have affected how things have gone so far.
Maybe. I just think he's playing one of the greatest players. And he like, there's nothing at this moment that he can do to disturb him. And that's your ultimate objective when you're playing a match. You have got to find a way to get under your opponent's skin. But he isn't able to do that. I mean, Carlos is moving, unbelievable, ball striking like lasers, able to touch every part of the court. It's just too good.
Big hitting in this point from these two players. Alcaraz cross-court with the backhand line into net. Lehecka, he had to take about 2 full strides off the court because of the angle that Alcaraz was able to open up. It's love 15.
Sitting courtside, what's so impressive about Carlos is his ability, especially when they're going shot for shot from the baseline, and even from 3 feet behind the baseline, Carlos is able to create a lot of topspin and go on the outside of the ball and throw in some angles and pulling Lehecka off the court.
Talked about Alcaraz getting better at winning those longer rallies early in the opening set. It was Lehecka getting the best of those opening rallies, but the problem was there weren't many of those long rallies. They played 14 points of 9 shots or more. Alcaraz now has won 10 of them, and most of them have come later. Backhand middle from Lehecka. Alcaraz able to pass, puts the hand up to apologize because the net cord gave him an easy forehand, and he is burrowed into this game at love 30, and we're seeing visible frustration from Jiri Lehecka.
Prim, you talked a little bit earlier just about Alcaraz's ability to anticipate, and that actually starts with him knowing the type of shot that's coming off of his racket. And that's something he does so well. When I'm coaching kids or adults at home, I ask them after a point to reflect. Were they in offense, neutral, or defense? He never gets on defense. It's impossible to get this guy on defense, and every ball he strikes creates an opportunity for him to control the point just a little bit more.
That wide serve from Lehecka was blocked back by Alcaraz for 15-30.
In between those 2 points, I saw Lehecka mouth to his body. This is one area that he has not yet explored, trying to pin Alcaraz to one spot. When you're playing an excellent mover, you want to minimize their ability to scamper around the court and hit these amazing shots that Alcaraz is able to do. So pinning him in a corner, middle, either side, but that's what he should try and pay attention to.
On that point, there was some great movement from both, but it ended with Lehecka yanking that backhand cross-court wide. Double break point here for Carlos Alcaraz.
Guys, on that forehand where Alcaraz was pulled wide and hitting that slice forehand, for most other players on the tour, that would have been a winner, but he's somehow able, with his defensive play and speed, able to retreat and get that ball.
For me, to get someone in defense, you have to put them off balance, and he is never off balance.
Serve and volley from Lehecka to save the break point. He went out wide, a good serve, and then he was able to tuck the volley cross-court on the backhand. It's great to have you with us here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Wherever you're joining us from, be it the U.S. Open app, if you're listening on the U.S. Open website, if you're watching us talk on YouTube, thanks for hanging out with us here on this Tuesday afternoon. However you're consuming this U.S. Open, we thank you because we are having a blast here in 2025. That first serve missed from Jiri Lehecka at 30-40. He saved 1 break point each of the last 2 games. Did not get broken in the last game, but down another break point here, and double faults to go down 2 breaks. And Carlos Alcaraz will serve for a 2-sets-to-love lead at 5-2 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Carlos Alcaraz, he could be the most popular player on tour right now, and he is winning over even more fans in Arthur Ashe Stadium with his performance so far in this quarterfinal. Through 73 minutes, he's a handful of points away from going up 2-0 on Jiri Lehecka. Alcaraz looks skyward. The sun right now is behind some clouds. We've seen the shadows. They've played a role in this match. But right now, the whole court is covered in shadows as that backhand is long from Lehecka. It's 15-love for Alcaraz.
Lehecka feels like he has to do more than he... Well, no, he has to do it.
Right.
It's not like he has an option because Alcaraz can just turn whatever position he's in into offense. But I still would like to see Lehecka try and extend these points because he has had some moderate success when the points go longer.
15 all.
15 all. Alcaraz broke Lehecka in the opening game of the match. That was back all the way, obviously, at the beginning of the first set. And he had one break point in Lehecka's second game, but Lehecka played a lot better. But you did have the sense after that first set that Alcaraz was taking Lehecka's best shot, and Lehecka wasn't able to do anything with it. Second set began the same way with the opening break, and then it's now featured a second break, and that's put Alcaraz up 5-2 on the cusp of a 2-0 lead. Toss in that second serve. Lehecka moves left to play a backhand middle. Now Alcaraz with backhand, inside out forehand into net Lehecka, and it's 30-15.
Lehecka's trying to be aggressive, trying to get Alcaraz in trouble on the run, but he's playing outside of his range, not able to just manage his unforced errors at this point. This set, he's only had 2 winners to 7 unforced errors. He's overpressing and coughing up just a few easy points for Alcaraz.
First serve swatted into net by Alcaraz, who's 2 points away from a 2-0 lead. Toss, and that serve comes down the center, deep behind the baseline. Good inside-out forehand return. Lehecka, who now goes line, but airmails that backhand. 40-15 for Alcaraz.
15.
Earlier this week, it might have been yesterday, I talked about playing with hitting shots with a question mark rather than an exclamation point. And I just feel like Lehecka's not committed completely to his shot. It's almost like he expects the ball's going to go out.
On set point, Alcaraz pushes that first serve into the net. Second serve on the way for the world number 2, riding a 10-match winning streak, and he dots another ace. That's another set win. Carlos Alcaraz is 1 set away from the U.S. Open semifinals without losing a set. That's now 14 in a row in this U.S. Open as he closes out the second 6-2 in 36 minutes over Jiri Lehecka. We'll be back on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Lehecka has another second serve coming, down a break point after that first serve. He went tee and missed it well wide and long, rolls it into the box, chipped back Alcaraz, backhand short Lehecka, forehand drop shot Alcaraz. Here comes Lehecka, down break point, flicks it cross court, but into the net. And Alcaraz draws first blood in this quarterfinal, an opening break of Jiri Lehecka. Blocks return from Lehecka. Alcaraz, though, from a back pedal into a dazzling forehand winner, and he purses his lips as if to say, that's a good start. He was backing up just to see if that ball would land in. When it dropped in, he said, okay, sure, and uncoiled a forehand drive. Unreal shot for the hold and the consolidation of the break.
I mean, that is just out of this world. He hit that ball between mid-steps. Coaching, I'm thinking about my coaching hat. I said, get your feet set, stop moving, be balanced. That guy was mid-step when he whacked that ball into the corner of the court.
Blocks return from Lehecka. Alcaraz, though, from a back pedal into a dazzling forehand winner, and he purses his lips as if to say, that's a good start. He was backing up just to see if that ball would land in. When it dropped in, he said, okay, sure, and uncoiled a forehand drive. Unreal shot for the hold and the consolidation of the break.
I mean, that is just out of this world. He hit that ball between mid-steps.
And those are some of the highlights of this match. There have been plenty of highlights for Carlos Alcaraz. Problem for Jiri Lehecka, not as many, and the problems continuing here. Opening game of the third set. First 2 points won by Alcaraz, and now Lehecka in at the net. Alcaraz has the open left sideline and missed the inside-in forehand. It's 15-30. First set began with Alcaraz breaking Lehecka. Second set began with Alcaraz breaking Lehecka. And the third set could be in danger of starting the same way. Danger if you're Jiri Lehecka or one of his fans. Now at 15-30, Lehecka in his first U.S. Open quarterfinal plays a serve and volley. Good backhand volley, and Alcaraz missed the forehand into net. 30-all.
30 from Alcaraz just to breathe, reset, and hopefully he's able to come up with some good first serves in this opening game of the third set.
Just an hour, 21 minutes on court so far, and it's Alcaraz up 2-0. He's won 14 consecutive sets in this U.S. Open. Backhand cross into a slice, backhand Lehecka. Alcaraz back pedals for a cross-court forehand. Backhand drive, Lehecka running hook forehand. Alcaraz, who moves to his right to go cross-court again, but that time into net. 3 straight points for Lehecka for 40-30.
And Lehecka seems to be swinging out with authority, not that question mark. He's swinging out with some exclamation, going high over the net, far away from the lines, allowing him to swing but still keep the ball in. We've seen a few when Alcaraz does make some errors, when Lehecka can make him go from the ad corner to the deuce corner, stretching on that forehand, he can get a few cheap ones.
Lehecka holds. That's the 23rd game of this match, and for the first time, Jiri Lehecka is playing with a semblance of a lead. He's not up a break, but just to be on serve at 1-love against Alcaraz, he's not been there before after he was broken to begin the first and second sets. Let's go back courtside to Ash. Prim Saripapat is there.
Yeah, guys, this is a pivotal moment, right? I mean, he's down 2-0 and getting off to a strong start, making a statement in this third and potentially final set is going to be really important if he wants to send a message to Carlos Alcaraz that, like, hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to compete.
Alcaraz, though, has never lost up 2-0 at any major. And Alcaraz, that first serve misses long. Jiri Lehecka came back from 2-0 down in the second round here last year. With all due respect, though, to Mitchell Kruger, it's Carlos Alcaraz on the other side of the net, not Kruger, who Lehecka came back from 2 down to defeat a year ago in the second round. Double fault for Alcaraz. It's love 15.
If Lehecka's able to lock in on this point, make him play, not have a first or second shot error, and keep extending this rallies, it may just, allow him to be in a position to break Alcaraz.
Off a chip return from Lehecka, Alcaraz pumps a forehand inside in for 15-all. Winner of this match, gets the winner of tonight's match between Novak Djokovic and Taylor Fritz, last year's runner-up. Fritz, the lone American man. There's guaranteed to be at least one American woman in the semifinals. That's Jessica Pegula after her straight sets win over Barbora Krejcikova earlier today. Amanda Anisimova will play tomorrow against Iga Swiatek. That's the second match of tomorrow's day session. 15 all. What a return from Lehecka. Now scooped cross court. Alcaraz able to re-steady himself and flick it out of the reach of Lehecka. 30-15 as Alcaraz again shows off his balance.
When you catch him, Lehecka hit a great return, catching Alcaraz out of his serve. But Alcaraz, with his excellent body awareness, was able to just reach out, keeping his balance, and hit a slice cross-court shot down the line winner.
Ace for Alcaraz out wide in the ad court for 40-15.
Lehecka's vision almost seems off. That went right under Lehecka's racket. He was right there, prepared to hit that return. But, you know, he seems to be in a little bit of a haze and a fogginess in his head.
That's an ace from Alcaraz. Apparently that shot before Lehecka was judged to have gotten a piece of it because it was not scored an ace for Alcaraz. That was, though, and it's 1-all here in this third set.
Lehecka hopefully can keep himself here, really continue to lean on his great serves, particularly his out-wide serves on both sides. Pick that next target, depend on some patterns, just start the point and see what he can do.
1-1 here in this third set. Lehecka trying to keep it on serve. Brian Clark with Megan Moulton-Levy. Men's quarterfinal action, the first of 4 men's quarterfinals. And Alcaraz, that deep return. Lehecka could not do anything with it. It's love 15. We're only 2 minutes past the 3 o'clock mark. Got the top-seeded doubles teams on the women's side in action today. Wonder if one of those might wind up moving into Arthur Ashe Stadium, depending on how this goes. Especially when you look at the slate. It's a not before 4 o'clock start for the top-seeded duo of Katerina Siniakova and Taylor Townsend against Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez. That's a quarterfinal in the women's doubles. Slice backhand, now moving right, cross-court forehand from Lehecka, who moves left and goes cross-court again. Tried to open up the court, but opened it into the alley with that forehand miss. And now Alcaraz again deep into a Lehecka game at love 30.
Lehecka just, every time I feel like he's going to turn the corner, he just pops in too many errors. No fault of his. He's playing the greatest mover on the earth right now, so I understand why he's overplaying, but it's not giving him a chance to just get into this match.
He went tee, and Alcaraz could only bump it away. Women's doubles quarterfinal. That's going to precede that one. It features the number 2 seeded pairing, the Italians, Jasmine Paolini and Sara Errani, against the American Asia Muhammad. And from the Netherlands, Demi Scherz. They're seeded 7th. That's a not before 1:30 start because they're heading into the third set, or midway through the third set, in a girls match there with the second seed Hannah Klugman from Great Britain in action there right now. Ace from Lehecka for 30 all.
Ace up the tee. He changed it up. Caught Alcaraz leaning towards the outside serve, but he just wasn't ready for it. So I like the fact that Lehecka hasn't given up. He's still trying to problem solve and figure out ways to get under Alcaraz's skin.
Like coming into net and dropping one off, but he sent it too deep. That sets up a topspin lob, but a volley with his back to net. Lehecka, after Alcaraz asked a question of him, Lehecka was able to gobble up that lob. It's 40-30.
Good on Lehecka. He has been coming in, but totally off with his split set timing, just not knowing what the ball was going to do. But on that volley, when it came in, it seemed like he was more in the moment, watching what Alcaraz was going to do and prepared to go up and hit that volley.
Serve and volley. And there's the backhand volley with some side spin from Lehecka that took it away from Alcaraz. Lehecka holds for 2-1, and again, he's in an unfamiliar position. That's playing with a lead after he went down a break to begin the first and second sets. We're on serve through 3 games in this third set. Prim Siripipat courtside in Ashe. And Prim, as Megan was saying, yeah, it's great to see Lehecka is still fighting, but he still has not found any way to really threaten or hurt Alcaraz.
No, he hasn't. And honestly, I don't know a lot of players would really have an answer for Carlos Alcaraz. The way he's playing right now, I mean, the thing that stands out to me is that he's so dynamic, he's so athletic, his ability to switch things up, as Megan kind of pointed out, he loves to play inspired and creative tennis. And also, so many times I've seen Lehecka have Carlos on the run, and you would think it's almost a winner, but somehow Carlitos is able to turn that defensive play into a winner itself. That forehand on the run, and he sliced it, and it ended up being a drop shot cross court. It's just insane play. So kind of continuing the conversation, yes, Lehecka has had a lot of unforced errors. I don't really necessarily think he's playing poor tennis. I think it's just Carlos Alcaraz being him and putting so much pressure on him and forcing those unforced errors.
This is the third meeting between these two players this year alone. The first two very tight. Doha, the quarterfinals earlier this year, that was a Lehecka win in 3 sets. Alcaraz won in 3 in the Queen's final. That was on grass. And here on the hard courts for the second time this year, Alcaraz has had a much more straightforward time of things.
I mean, I think that's we're in a Grand Slam. It's 3 out of 5. You may be able to take 1 set out of him. You may be able to take 2 sets off of Alcaraz, but to get a third is a tall order. I feel like Lehecka is like settling in. He's not panicking quite as much in the last 3 games. Seeing him coming forward, picking his spot, being prepared, well balanced when he split step, watching the ball coming off of Alcaraz's racket, and settling in for the duration of this match.
As Alcaraz nets that serve at 1-2, it's already a nice career progression year for Jiri Lehecka, who's still just 23 years of age. He'll be 24 in November. He's going to make his debut inside the top 20 after this tournament. He'll be up to 15 even if he loses this match. And he's 1 win away from a new career best in terms of match wins. He's got 34. And that's the same number of matches he won in 2023. So the next match he wins will set a new career high. So future is bright for Jiri Lehecka. Unfortunately, it does not bode well over the next hour or so here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Down 2 sets to love, but still on serve with Carlos Alcaraz at 15 love for Alcaraz. 1-2 here in the third. Forehand return, now forehand drop shot. Alcaraz, here comes Lehecka. Cross-court forehand, he put it deep, and Alcaraz had no chance, and Lehecka disguised that well.
So that was good for Lehecka. He was watching Alcaraz. I could see him watch Alcaraz change his grip to that continental grip. So he was almost halfway in. So he was able to get to that ball much earlier than, you know, if he's blinded and it's not really paying attention to what's happening on the other side of the net, he wouldn't have been able to get there at the right time. But Lehecka saw it and pounced on that ball.
Alcaraz selects a tennis ball that he'd like to use, looks across the net, bounces away in that sleeveless lavender-colored top, and misses the first serve long at 15 all. Carlos Alcaraz has taken the first 2 sets of this match. He is 1 set away from the semifinals of the U.S. Open without the loss of a set. 30-15 for Carlos.
Kudos to Carlos, because you know what? He's been serving really, really well. I documented at the beginning of the match, he wasn't overhitting. He was choosing really modest targets on his serves. But now he's starting to spread his wings and really look to be in control and end the point early.
Wide serve from the ad court, and Lehecka's backhand return into net. It's 40-15. Full house in the Alcaraz box courtside. Juan Carlos Ferrero, the runner-up here 22 years ago to Andy Roddick, sitting in the familiar position in the front row as Alcaraz's coach. Serve and volley from Carlos, picks up the half volley. Lehecka runs it down behind his back, backhand flick, but just wide. It was his only play on that ball. Alcaraz holds for 2-all as he keeps the scoreboard ticking.
I mean, Lehecka's forced to just come up with some unbelievable outside of the box shots, but he isn't able to connect with them, execute. That's not his style of play. He's a very traditional, you know, compact backhand drive at cross-court line, not using his continental skills. So he's playing Alcaraz. He's forced to extend his toolbox, which is outside of his realm of comfort.
Serve goes into the body, into the forehand. Now backhand pass attempt from Alcaraz into the bottom of the tape. It's 15-love for Lehecka here. 5th game of the 3rd set, with Carlos Alcaraz leading this quarterfinal 2-0. He took the first 6-4 in 41 minutes, the second 6-2 in 36 minutes. And the difference here in the 3rd set is that Lehecka was not broken in the first game of the set. So he had played from behind virtually all match until this 3rd set, as he misses the forehand now into net, 15-all.
Change of strategy from Lehecka. He has found himself at net 7 times this set in only 4 games, and he's 7 out of 7, so 100%. So it's, to me, just saying that he is doing things better, and he's putting himself in a better position to compete throughout the set.
That first serve is long. Second serve from the 23-year-old Jiri Lehecka. Serve comes down the center. The backhand return. Alcaraz into a forehand Lehecka. Backhand middle. Now forehand from center of the court for Lehecka, who goes cross-court backhand. Slice backhand. Alcaraz travels into a backhand cross-court Lehecka. Alcaraz steps back for a forehand. Now a backhand slice. Hangs up for Lehecka on the run with a forehand line. Backhand line. Alcaraz comes in behind it. Backhand volley cross-court. Textbook from Carlos.
Man, what he does is he senses exactly when his opponent's going to be on trouble. Coaches will say, come in, split step, but he didn't do any of that. Alcaraz, he just darted in. He knew that that backhand was going to stretch Lehecka, get him in that continental, and he ran right through that volley. So he was able to take that ball even early and carve the outside of that ball for that cross-court short slice angle winner.
15-30, Lehecka goes out wide. Alcaraz is there. Lehecka picks up a half volley and slices it into an Alcaraz forehand windshield wiper shot that almost caught the sideline, but was just wide, and it's 30-all.
If there's one area of Alcaraz's game in this match where Lehecka could start to just pick off a few errors, is getting him moving from that ad side to the deuce side, moving, swinging on that forehand. He's made a few errors there, but that's really about it.
Forehand inside out, a deep one. Now here comes Lehecka in at net. He's pinned at net as Alcaraz tries the lob, but missed it long. 40-30 for Lehecka.
Lehecka might be putting some 9 out of 9, still 100% at opportunities at points won when he comes forward. That one, Alcaraz hasn't been able to hit his passing shots that he's able to execute. In the first set, he tried to lift that one, but tough ball to lift when Lehecka drove it so fast at Alcaraz.
Serve down the center, Lehecka at 40-30. He's looking for 3-2 here in this 3rd set. Cross-court with a forehand up the right sideline. Alcaraz, backhand cross-court, caught the line. Lehecka, no response from Alcaraz. Big ball striking from Jiri Lehecka. Staying alive in this 3rd set, but he's got his work cut out for him. It's Alcaraz up 2-0 when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to an exciting day 10 here at the 2025 U.S. Open. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're having a great time here. I'm Prim Saripapat, courtside and live at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Carlos Alcaraz, the 2022 U.S. Open champion, has a 2-0 lead over the 20th seed Jiri Lehecka, who's making his first ever quarterfinals appearance here at the U.S. Open. The Lehecka perhaps turning the tides around, getting warmed up, more than warmed up, finding his way into this match, has a 3-2 lead here in the 3rd set. Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, we've been talking about what can Lehecka do to somehow have an answer for Carlos Alcaraz. And Megan, to your point, we're starting to see Lehecka maybe playing out of his comfort zone a little bit and doing things that are a bit unnatural to him. We'll see what happens here.
He's tried to get out of his comfort zone and find a way to hurt Carlos Alcaraz, but the problem is he's not been able to hurt the 2022 U.S. Open champion, who is a couple of games away from his third U.S. Open semifinal. Alcaraz from the far baseline under an open roof in a packed Arthur Ashe Stadium. I already saw one straight set result today. That was for Jessica Pegula. Slice backhand Lehecka, now forehand line from Alcaraz. Cross forehand from both players. As Lehecka mishits that ball off the frame, it wound up way off to the right. Call that a foul tip in baseball, or fouled away in baseball, as he hit that off the frame, and it wound up about 15 rows up. 15 love for Alcaraz. Baseball, of course, across the street here at the home of the New York Mets. Pretty soon we'll be saying soccer across the street as NYCFC. That's the Manchester City outfit, or owned team. They are building a new stadium right in this area. 30 love here for Alcaraz.
We've also lost the former USTA CEO, Lou Shear, to the Mets.
Right across the street.
Yeah, he didn't go far, but we certainly do miss him.
Yeah, he was a pivotal driver in the transformation of this event. New York Mets have new ownership with the billionaire hedge funder Steve Cohen, who has really revitalized the National League team here in New York. Of course, the two baseball franchises in New York, it's the Mets and the Yankees. So the Mets, though, feeling with some new blood. They've got some stars, and got another star in the front office in Lou Shear.
That's right. He was the mixed doubles was his baby, and so he popped over a few days just to watch it, see it in real life, because he put a lot of effort and time and thought and just guts, you know, to change the format, do something different in quite a traditional sport. He's made a tremendous impact on the USTA, the game itself, and we're forever grateful to him.
Carlos holds. As you hear him getting some instructions from Juan Carlos Ferrero, his coach, who was telling him to play with conviction. We've got the cheat code, Jaime Colon, here. If only Jaime spoke Czech, we could know what Jiri Lehecka was being told from his coach, Mikhail Navratil. Serve goes out wide. Now forehand into the open court for Lehecka. I don't think you need to speak Czech to understand that Team Lehecka would be happy with that 1-2 sequence, beginning with a wide serve, 15 love.
That's so funny that that's the words that they chose to use to talk about Alcaraz. He doesn't need anybody telling him to play with conviction. I would actually argue that Lehecka's team should be telling him the same thing. Play. Lehecka's been doing a much better job of swinging out, going for his shots, but not going for the line. So he's been able to insert some power and pace, but keep the ball actually in the court.
Well, that's what Alcaraz just did. He played with some conviction there, taking a middle ball in a rally and deciding to just unload on the inside-out forehand into the near ad corner for a winner. 15 all on the Lehecka serve here, and he missed that one into net. Second serve on the way from the 23-year-old, going out wide, stretching Alcaraz out. His return's long. 30-15 for Lehecka.
And that's something that has worked for Lehecka. It's worked on the serve when he's able to get enough action off of that serve, pull Alcaraz way off the court. Alcaraz has given him a few errors. If he can get Alcaraz moving really off the wings, off the court, get him in the green, he's had some success there. I'd love to see Lehecka try and push Alcaraz back, bring him in on his own terms. But again, he's playing a great mover who can catch the ball early, dump a slice like he just did. He can do it all.
Forehand cross court netted by Lehecka. 30 all. Big hitting in that rally. Alcaraz had Lehecka on the move.
His eyes, you know, you watch a player's eyes and he's taking in the stands. Alcaraz is looking at himself as box. The people he's okay to do that. Some players need that external kind of input to help them stay focused.
Serve up the tee now, a backpedaling forehand drop shot from Alcaraz. Backhand deep cross court from Lehecka. Alcaraz somehow reflexes a volley in. Unreal shot from Alcaraz. Just to keep that ball in the court, he sheepishly holds up the hand as if to say, oh, I might have gotten a little bit lucky there. Well, he's got a break opportunity.
He really likes that forehand as he's backpedaling, still moving, making contact between steps. He's really whipped that forehand inside in. He now hit a slice drop side inside out. He's toying with the ball, just doing so many different strokes.
Serve up the center, and Alcaraz can only frame it away. Lehecka saves the first break point of this third set. It's deuce.
But good for Lehecka. He's still hanging in there, using his serve properly. He's had quite a bit of success serving to the tee on the ad side. Prim, let us hear what you see.
Well, in that previous point, Lehecka looked over that unbelievable play by Carlos Alcaraz, and Lehecka looked over his box kind of like, what else do I do? But they just started laughing and were clapping, not almost like cheering for Carlos Alcaraz, because they're like, I don't know. I don't know what to do. So just having a fun moment here.
Lehecka can hold here, though, at 3-all. Seventh game of the third set. Oh, he just missed a let as he looks towards Louise Angel in the chair.
Alcaraz doesn't take himself so seriously, and that's something that I really enjoy about watching him play. I think Lehecka, if his moment with his box, just letting the air out of the balloon, him not taking it too seriously, the fact that he's playing one of the greatest players, he's not able to find it, but maybe if he could relax, loosen up, and just enjoy this moment, we might see some better tennis out of him.
Backhand hangs over now. Forehand drop shot from Alcaraz. Lehecka tries to pass. Alcaraz is there. Lehecka flicks another one. Now they go tic-tac-toe at net. And finally, Alcaraz deflects that ball off his own chest and wide. The two exchange smiles as they head to the benches. Unbelievable reflexes on display at net. Lehecka holds, but Alcaraz still leads 2-0 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Third set, and Alcaraz plays.
Back under the open roof inside of a lively Arthur Ashe Stadium, a pretty good third set between Carlos Alcaraz and Jiri Lehecka. It's a must-win third set for the 20th seed from the Czech Republic, who is poised to make his top 20 debut after this U.S. Open. But his U.S. Open could be ending in a few games if he cannot find a way to break Carlos Alcaraz. Not only has he not broken Alcaraz all afternoon, he has not even created so much as a break point against the world number 2, who just got himself in position to laser a forehand up the left sideline for 15 love. 9 winners off the forehand from Alcaraz.
Got himself in position is the name of his game. He is a master at finding the forehand all parts of the court, and many people aren't able to be in balance, be in the right position, to transfer their way through the shot. But that's what he's able to do, shot after shot.
30 love.
30 love for Alcaraz here. An hour, 48 minutes on court. Alcaraz broke Lehecka in the opening game of the first set, won that set in 41 minutes. Broke him in the opening game of the second set. Then he broke him a second time later in the set, took it in 36 minutes. Lehecka has been able to hold serve here in this third set. And as we just said, Alcaraz, his serve has not been threatened. He's not even faced a break point. Alcaraz's serve numbers are fantastic, especially in that first set. He lost just 5 points on serve in the entire opening set. And now Lehecka's long with the backhand. 40 love for Alcaraz.
That's a shot that needs to be hit with conviction. He just didn't swing out fully, kind of poking at the ball. When you don't accelerate all the way, complete your stroke, that's when the ball starts to launch through the court. I want to see Lehecka's left hand flow through that ball faster, covering it, giving it the rotation needed to stay in the court.
Another love hold for Alcaraz, who's lost just 2 points on serve here in this third set. We are at 4 games all, and the pressure once again shifting to Jiri Lehecka at 4-4.
And this is going to be a game that Lehecka really needs to lock in, focus, make sure he's hitting his spots. He's been using that down the tee serve, particularly on the ad side, exceptionally well, catching Carlos off guard. I want to see him continue to lean into that serve and keep himself in this match.
Toss in that serve, it goes into net from Lehecka. Second serve right into the body. Alcaraz angles the forehand, backs up to play a forehand a little bit longer, though, as he put some more arc under that, but missed it long, and it's 15-love for Lehecka.
And Alcaraz, the exceptional mover that he is, Lehecka has, I'm not sure if he's doing this intentionally or not, but he's pinned the middle of the court on that fast volley reflex point they had. He went right at Alcaraz's body, yielding a great win of that point. He's using the middle right now. This may be working for him.
And Alcaraz wide with that forehand from the center of the baseline. It's 30-love for Lehecka as he looks for 5-4.
Take his movement out. This is one of Alcaraz's strengths. So if Lehecka's able to continue to just keep Alcaraz in one spot, he doesn't get his creative running athletic juices going.
Right there, Lehecka missed a pretty straightforward volley from on top of the net. He put it into the net. It's 30-15.
Lehecka's come in 13 times this set. He's won 11 of them. So this is a tactic that has really been working for him, although it let him down on that last point.
He was going to deploy it there as he served out wide. He was following it in, but a let. So another first serve on the way for Jiri Lehecka, who hops up and down in place. No hats or headbands or any kind of headgear for either of these players. Dawson, he was going T there, but a few letters off in the alphabet. He missed that well wide. 30-15, he goes body. Now forehand return from Alcaraz, backhand middle Lehecka, slice backhand Alcaraz, drive backhand off the tape, and then back to his side. Lehecka, who's got to be careful, looks down towards the baseline. Maybe that Alcaraz ball skidded a bit. It's 30-all.
Lehecka's swinging out, trying to get his hands going to swing through the ball. When he's he's a stiff player already, but when you're nervous and he's not able to swing through the ball clearly.
30-all for Lehecka, and there's the toss. The serve's out wide. Alcaraz with the cross-court forehand, and Lehecka misses long at the open left sideline. He's made that shot throughout this third set, but not there, and now he's in trouble, facing a break point for the second consecutive game. He was able to save one in the last. Can he save one here? Right down the tee he goes. Forehand middle from Alcaraz. Now backhand into the backhand cross. Alcaraz forehand Lehecka at net. Alcaraz with a lob. Backing up Lehecka. Hits the overhead backhand from Alcaraz. They settle in at the baseline. Forehand Alcaraz trying to break. Big backhand Lehecka running forehand into a bigger forehand that Lehecka missed. Alcaraz roars once, then twice. And he is 1 game away from a return to the U.S. Open semifinals. Prim, it felt like the crowd was waiting for that break. The first sign of a letdown from Jiri Lehecka. Alcaraz pounced, and now he's on the verge.
Yeah, he's got 23,771 fans. At least that's the seating capacity here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Everybody erupted. Not even sure how he was able to turn things around in that last game. But the one thing that I observed is even when he was down 3-2, 4-3, he just looked completely unfazed. As Megan was pointing out, just like looking around in the fans, engaging them. I even noticed that he looked over, I thought he was looking over at box. He was actually just looking over at the fans to his right, not at his head, just kind of like, okay, everybody's on my side. And that just kind of sheds light on his willingness and passion just to compete. He doesn't, I'm not saying he doesn't want to not lose, but I think he just loves competing, regardless if he wins or loses. And as I'm saying that, I just felt a drop of rain and water. Of course, it could always be a beverage. You never know what's going to happen. But I see a dark cloud kind of hovering over us. So just kind of stay tuned to that. Mother Nature has been really kind to us so far, Brian and Megan, but we'll keep you updated.
I'd say more than kind. Mother Nature has been this is the best Mother Nature's behaved in the U.S. Open in maybe decades. Perfect weather, and also we've got two stadiums that we can close the roof if needed. We've seen the roof closed a few times, but Carlos Alcaraz is trying to get through under an open roof. This U.S. Open has been Carlitos' U.S. Open. He has not lost a set, and he is now on the verge of another semifinal as he goes inside in with a forehand behind Lehecka for 15 love.
I mean, he is just such a professional. And professional, what I mean by that is he's able to make adjustments so quickly. This whole match, when Lehecka's had the inkling of an opportunity to get him stretched on the forehand side, he's dumped those forehands in the net. But on that last break point, he got over there and swung up and made sure he cleared the net. So he may not make the ball at first, but he's going to find a way.
Well, he just made that stuck backhand volley from the ad service box. 30 love for Alcaraz, 2 points away.
30 love.
See that ball come off of his opponent's racket so quickly and is able to position himself perfectly.
A near flawless performance from Carlos Alcaraz. We said those serve numbers have been dazzling. Won 84% of the points played on his first serve, and that percentage will tick higher. Lost just 1 of 15 first serve points in this third set, and that's why he's got triple match point. Carlos Alcaraz just on the verge, puts that first serve into net. Just 22 years old. On the verge of his third trip to the U.S. Open semifinals. There's the toss, the serve, it's out to the backhand, punch back, floats for Alcaraz to rip a forehand winner. A dominant blast into the Final Four of the U.S. Open. Ruthless from Carlos Alcaraz. 15 sets played, 15 sets won at this U.S. Open as he dispatches Jiri Lehecka 6-4, 6-2, 6-4 in 1 hour, 56 minutes. Never faced a break point. He's got the golf club out again, drives it across the court. Sergio Garcia in the crowd this afternoon. He's got an ear-to-ear smile for his compatriot. And Carlos has plenty of fans in New York. And the match this crowd wants to see, an Alcaraz-Sinner final, is one step closer. But we do know we've got Alcaraz and either Djokovic or Fritz in the semifinals. That'll be really good. And this was a great performance from Carlos Alcaraz as the crowd applauds Jiri Lehecka leaving the court.
It almost feels like he holds back a little bit to make it more of a match because he enjoys being out there so much. He doesn't want to just steamroll his opponent. So he makes a few errors. He makes a bad shot selection. But then when the moment matters, he's able to turn it on and make sure that he does what he does best.
Megan, that is such an interesting point. The idea that somebody could be that gifted and good and actually take their foot off the gas pedal and hang so they can just play a little bit more tennis. But you're right, you started to see that in that final game. When he wants to dial in and close it out, he's absolutely capable. And his record in Grand Slams this season is indicative of that. He is now 22-2 at Grand Slams this season. An unbelievable performance. And he's now 44-2 since April.
And when he gets in these events, he does not lose. He has been to the final of every event he's played since Miami. He was beaten early there by David Goffin, but since then, you look at the Roland Garros epic where he won that major title. He's just the Australian Open away from the career Grand Slam. This is where he broke through to claim the world #1 ranking. That was back in 2022, and he's got a real shot to win his second U.S. Open. He'll speak with Sam Querrey.
Carlos, another amazing match. You're one of the best shot makers we've ever seen, and a lot of those shots were on display tonight. Do you ever in the evenings go back home or go to your hotel room and watch some of your own highlights?
I'm not, but sometimes when I go to the living room, my little brothers are watching, videos of, me, or my highlights, let's say. So I just sit down and watch it and enjoy it again. So I just, every time that I have, or I just watch my shots again, I just reminds from the moment of the match, and I enjoy, but I'm not used to.
Everyone here enjoys those shots as well. If you go on to win this tournament, you would retake the #1 ranking in the world. Is that something that's on your mind as you're playing out here?
Well, it's really difficult to not to think about it. That's obviously, but every time that I step on the court, I'm trying not to think about it. I think if I think about the #1 spot too much, I think I'm gonna put pressure on myself, and I just don't want to do that. I just want to step on the court, try to do my things, try to follow my goals on the mats, and try to enjoy as much as I can. So the #1 is there, but I'm trying not to think so much about it.
Finally, you have 2 days off now. We saw the other day out here you did some shadow golf swings. Any chance you're going to hit the golf course in the next 2 days?
100%. It's something that this is working well. So why I should change, that routine. Every day off, I just try to go to play some golf. Tomorrow, I would say I have a really difficult round tomorrow against Juanqui. Sergio Garcia is there.
So Sergio right there
as well. So I have a really difficult one. But I will play for sure.
How many strokes would Sergio need